Good morning, everybody. What's going on? The DK Show on the air right now, coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk studios. Making the turn on this work week of ours. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Appreciate you tuning in and making us a part of your start, whether you are listening on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also available to stream up online, sportstalk1051.com. You got your Google and Alexa devices. Download the Wisco Sports App. Take it on the go. YouTube video stream also up and rolling here this morning. But a very happy Wednesday to you all. The final Wednesday of this month of February. What do we have on our game plan for us this morning? Gutey Speaks, Packers general manager Brian Gutekunst, speaking at the NFL Combine yesterday. What did he say? What did he mean by some of his comments and such? We'll go through maybe some of the, I guess, highlights, if you will. Again, typical general manager speak for a lot of this stuff, but nonetheless, we'll go through maybe some of the main points to come out of Gutey, talking both to the local media and then how it kind of works at the Combine. Gets the local media gets first crack, and then he goes up on the podium and opportunity for others to ask questions and such. So, but we'll go through some of the stuff from Gutey yesterday at the NFL Combine as we inch a little bit closer and closer to the start of the new league year with NFL free agency. Less than a couple weeks left to go here. So it's going to come here fairly quick, and decisions for the Packers going to have to come fairly quick here. So that's March 11th, the start of the new league year and free agency beginning in the NFL. And that's where Green Bay, too, we're probably going to see in the next couple weeks here some decisions to be made. They got to get under the cap in that. So Elton Jenkins, what did he say about Rashawn Gary yesterday? We'll go through all that coming up here in just a little bit. What else do we have on the docket? Bucks picking up a nice win last night against the Miami Heat in Milwaukee, 128-117. Bucks jumping out to a lead in the first half, but they let Miami creep back in it, but exploding in the fourth quarter, outscoring the Heat by 15 points in the fourth quarter last night. Led by Kevin Porter Jr. with his 32 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists. Ryan Rollins contributing 21 points. You had Bobby Portis coming off the bench, putting up 21 points. Kyle Kuzma, 19, and then Dieng scoring 11 points coming off the bench as well. Jericho Sims almost getting another double-double. He's just their defensive rebounding machine there. 10 rebounds for him last night. But the Bucks picking up a win. Could have to switch it and flip it around right away because they're back in action tonight, taking on the Cleveland Cavaliers. Be a tough matchup going up against the Cavs. So we'll talk about that. We've got Badger basketball in action tonight. Badgers on the West Coast, going to be a late game for the Badgers as they're going to be taking on Oregon. You're looking at a tip time of like 10 p.m. Tonight. So definitely going to be a late one for the Badgers. But Marquette picked up a win last night, and staying with some college hoops and such, I know Division III in the WAC tournament, UW Stout fell to UW Lacrosse last night. So, but we'll talk some hoops all across the board here as we get set for that Badger game tonight. Just 4 games left to go in the regular season. In fact, when we look at Joe Lenardi's updated bracketology that he does every Tuesday and Friday, he's got, if you're just kind of wondering where Wisconsin is in his latest one, he's got them as a 7 going up against Texas. So if they were to win, potentially taking on Houston, who is a 2 seed right now. But other ones like Field of 68 and a couple other ones, I've seen Wisconsin as a 6 seed. So it's right now, I would say it's trending that Wisconsin potentially looking at 6, 7 seed right now at that NCAA tournament. But a lot more opportunities here for Wisconsin to either solidify maybe that 6, maybe move up to a 5 seed and such. But we'll kind of see where it all plays out here. So we'll talk some college hoops, as I said, and some NBA hoops as well. Also on the docket, Brewers picking up a win yesterday. Their first spring training game win, right? It's like finally. But maybe the story from yesterday's game, Tyler Black having himself a day yesterday. 6 RBIs, including a 3-run single. How often do you get a 3-run single? You know what I mean? So, but Tyler Black's an interesting player because, we've been talking about third base options for this team. And Tyler Black has been part of the system, part of the team for a while now. And he's, gotten some major league experience and such, but his name's kind of been lost in the shuffle here, and they've really kind of maybe focused a little bit more on him at first base and such. So it feels like Tyler Black's a guy that maybe getting a little bit lost in the shuffle here, but maybe this is a guy that, hey, this spring, does he have an opportunity to make a little bit of noise and such? I mean, the projections really aren't high. I mean, I was looking at Baseball Reference for Tyler Black's projections this year. I mean, they only got him as 3 games in that, but hey, you have a game like you did yesterday, maybe. So he has a little bit of experience, not a ton, playing in the outfield as well. So, but yeah, they've really focused lately, especially in the minor leagues, him playing first base and in the outfield. So feels like that third base opportunity might be kind of out there, not part of the equation here anymore. So, but we'll talk a little bit about the Brewers. The Brewers are back in action today, spring training, and you're going to be able to check out that game on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Coverage will begin at 2. Broadcast, or I should say the game then will start at 2:10. So they'll be taking on the Giants today. So be a busy day with games. You got the Brewers spring training game and then the Bucks game airing right after that. So we'll talk some baseball, talk some Brew Crew and such. It is a Wednesday, which means it's a Mike's Star Market. Am I wrong? Give me your am I wrong kind of statements. Got a sports take, got a sports opinion, whatever the case may be, where you would say, am I wrong for saying this? Am I wrong for thinking that? All right, best ones I'll read up on the air. I want to get your input. So start to hit me up with some texts, some messages on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line at 715-830-1912. You can also join in on the YouTube chat, YouTube stream over there as part of the Man Cave TV channel. So that's kind of your game plan here this morning. We're going to dabble into a little bit of everything. So I should know too, last night began for high school girls basketball, the playoffs. So a lot of local teams moving on. Chi High, Eau Claire North, both moving on in Division I. Teams like New Richmond, Sparta, and Marshfield moving on in Division II. Elk Mound, Somerset, Barron, Spooner, St. Croix Falls moving on in Division III. Got Ladysmith, Mondovi, Cadott, Durand, Arkansas, Spencer moving on in Division IV. Division V, you got Flambeau, Turtle Lake, Bruce, Solon Springs, Oliva Strum, Augusta, Gilman, Eau Claire, Emmanuel Lutheran, Owen Withy, Loyal, New Auburn, all moving on. So last night we also had some playoff hockey and girls playoff hockey for high school. Eau Claire North Co-op fell to Somerset, while River Falls, Baldwin Woodville, St. Croix Central moving on. Boys hockey, Hudson moving on in Division I. Rice Lake did fall in D2. So busy night last night on the high school scene too. All right, that's your game plan for this morning. Let's get things rocking and rolling. We'll lead things off. We'll go over some of the comments, some of the takeaways from Packers General Manager Brian Gutekunst at the NFL Combine yesterday. What did he mean? What did he say? What did some of his comments mean? Was there, what's the meaning behind some of that stuff? That's what everybody's trying to figure out, right? So Let's go over that. We'll take our first break and then lead off coming up. We'll talk a little green and gold after these quick words. Looking for a reliable auto service in Eau Claire? Well, hey, you got a couple options. They're right here in Eau Claire. AJM Automotive with 2 convenient locations. AJM Automotive makes it easy to get the care your vehicle deserves. Whether it's routine maintenance, brake work, engine repairs, or diagnostics that you could trust, friendly experts, honest advice, quality service that gets you back on the road safely. Check out their website, ajmautomotiveservices.com, where you can also check them out and make sure you're following and liking their Facebook page for locations, details, all that good stuff. AJM Automotive, dependable service, done right here in the Chippewa Valley, in Eau Claire. All right, let's get going here on the leadoff. So yesterday, Packers general manager Brian Gutekunst talking a little bit with the media, a couple sessions and such. And, you know, we're all kind of curious as Packers fans to give a little bit of an insight into what the plan's going to be this offseason and such. And, you know, don't have too high of expectations when it comes to this stuff. I mean, they're poker players. They're not going to try to completely reveal their cards and such. But, you know, one thing, a big topic was the Rich Bisaccia news of Rich Bisaccia stepping down. And Gutey talked a little bit about that and said they were not expecting that. Said that, quote, it caught us by surprise, but I think there's some other opportunities we wanted to look at. Very appreciative for his run with us. I think he's a fabulous football coach. It's a big loss, but Matt's going through it now, and hopefully we'll be able to get that replaced. Well, I would hope you'd be able to get that replaced too and find a coach and such. So, but Gutey essentially saying, yeah, caught us by surprise. We didn't expect Rich Bisaccia to step down. And it makes sense when you listen to Gutey's season-ending presser from a few weeks ago that was the assumption that Rich Bisaccia was going to be back. So he also said that he's kind of, you know, late in the game and such, looking at a new special teams coordinator. He said he's taken a half glass or a half full glass approach because maybe they could take their time a little bit to make sure that they've got the right coach or that they pick the right coach. So his quote says, right now, we don't have a lot of competition, so Matt's taking his time, being really thorough. The candidates that he's bringing in, I'm pretty excited about, so I know he's going to spend some time with them this week, and hopefully we'll have that figured out sooner rather than later, but we're not under any type of time crunch, which is nice. So he also talked a little bit about Quay Walker and Rashawn Gary. So obviously we know Quay Walker is a free agent. Rashawn Gary is not a free agent, but Rashawn Gary has been a guy that has been widely assumed that the Packers would potentially move on from him this offseason to create some cap space, especially when you look at the production that Rashawn Gary has maybe kind of given the team over the last couple of years. I would say it was a great endorsement from Gutey when he was asked about Rashawn Gary. He did, you know, kind of compliment him a little bit, but then, I mean, this was kind of that quote that doesn't give you all the good feels if you're maybe Rashawn Gary or a Rashawn Gary fan. He said, quote, he's on our roster, and I expect him to play at that level or higher if he's back next year. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, that's not really a ringing endorsement to bring back Rashawn Gary for the 2026 season. If he's back next year, we'll see how that goes. So I would probably, it's safe to assume that if you were a betting person, that Rashawn Gary might be cut here fairly within the next couple weeks before March 11th. So, now Quay Walker. Remember, Quay Walker was a guy that last year Gutey talked about wanting to get a deal done, extension, and that sort of thing. And nothing transpired during the season. Nothing happened during the season. Nothing has happened up until this point. So what is Gutey's thoughts on Quay Walker maybe going forward? Is there a path? Do they still want to keep Quay Walker? Gutey saying, quote, obviously he's played very well for us in his time here, and he's been an exceptional leader, and losing him would be tough. I think we have guys in-house that can play and fill in if that's not the case, but a lot of respect for Quay. And if we're able to get him back, I would be all for that. Again, maybe not the biggest ringing endorsements type of comment from Gutey in that. You know, he is one of many general managers that always kind of use a line, we want all of our guys back. We want all of our free agents back. But you can kind of sense when a general manager, depending on, how they kind of answer questions, if they really want somebody back, you can kind of sense, or if they're like up in the air about it or they don't, we can kind of sense the tone, right? And I feel like for Quay, if we kind of use a couple of those quotes there, I feel like it's almost hey, if maybe the number's right, we're not opposed to him coming back, but maybe the number's got to be right. It's not like, oh yeah, we want this guy back, we're going to do all that we can to bring him back, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because I think the part of there too where he says, I think we have guys in-house that could play and fill in if that's not the case. But earlier on, he was also asked, what do you think are some of the positions on your team that maybe need to add a little bit more competition, maybe need to add a little bit more depth? He did say inside linebacker, along with secondary, which is probably corners. I think we could all agree it's probably the corners, because you look at safeties, it's like, all right, well, Xavier, Javon Bullard, and Evan Williams are probably your bright spots by a wide margin from that group last year. So on one hand, he says, yeah, we got guys that can fill in if that's not the case, if Quay Walker's not back. But then, earlier he's like, yeah, we probably need more competition at inside linebacker. So again, if I were to wager a guess, I don't think Quay's back. I think the only way he's probably back is he gets some numbers, maybe his agent this week, trying to get a feel of what that number is that he could get on the open market, what he could potentially get in terms of a contract. Maybe you go back to Green Bay and say, hey, is this something that you can do? And if the number is there, all right. Is it a 1-year type of deal? Is it that sort of thing? So, because here's like another instance. Here's an example of a line from a GM where it's like, yeah, that guy ain't going anywhere. Because there has been some talk about would the Packers move on from Josh Jacobs this offseason. There's been that speculation out there because he carries a cap hit of about $14.5 million this year. It sounds maybe for some people ludicrous of the idea of moving on from Josh Jacobs, but it has been thrown out there. Gutey saying, obviously, Josh played really well for us last year. Major part of our football team. Very durable, tough. Yeah, he's a very important cog in what we're trying to do here. See the differences in some of the responses from Gutey in terms of who he wants, who he's going to keep, and maybe he's a little uncertain about. That's what you call an endorsement. Now, granted, did he kind of say the same thing about Aaron Jones a couple years ago, and then they signed Josh Jacobs? Absolutely. So, never maybe really take coaches, general managers for, don't believe 100%. There's a little bit of a trust factor. There's no question. So, other kind of stuff to come out. Jordan Morgan, probably no big surprise. Going to be left tackle. Gutey saying, quote, I think he was ready last training camp. I thought he had a really good training camp. I thought he was ready to go. And I think if we were to need him at any point in the season to play left tackle, we were very confident he could go there and play winning football. So, yeah, I think certainly if Rashid's not here, even if Rashid is here, I think he'd have a pretty good crack at that. Sean Ryan, he was asked about Sean Ryan. Gutey saying, quote, I thought Sean obviously pressed into that duty unexpectedly. Talking about center, I thought he got better each game. It was about game 3 or 4 starting at center. He was playing at a very high level. Less experience, but more stout in there because he's just a really physical, strong guy. With Belton coming in to the right guard spot and him playing center, our ability to move people inside got better as the year went on because of that. Gutey was also asked, though, about could they find their starting center in the draft? Did he feel like that center in this upcoming draft, because let's face it, free agency, there's not a lot, right? There's not a ton, but he was asked if he sees any potential day one starters in this draft. He said, yeah, I have. It's early, We just got through draft meetings. And again, while our scouting staff knows these guys inside and out, some of us are just getting familiar with those guys. But so far, I think there's a number of guys, and that's not easy to do. Corey Linsley was pretty exceptional and to take over a room in direct traffic with the offensive line and your quarterback. That takes a lot, and it's tough. Josh Myers, when he came in, that's one of the tougher things I've seen a young player do. But it can be done, and I think there's a number of guys in this class that are exciting. It would not be a surprise. I think that's probably one of those things. You look at, Corey Linsley was a fifth-round pick, I believe. Came in, did really well. Remember his first career start, too? On the road to Seattle when they were defending champs in that environment. Dude worked out pretty darn well. I kind of sense that dude starter is going to come in the draft, and it might be a day 3 pick for Green Bay. So, and for anybody maybe holding out hope that Gutey potentially would trade into the first round and that, he said, quote, I think it would take a significant amount of resources to get back up into the first round. But if that player was available, if that made sense to us, we'd never shy away from that. I wouldn't expect that to happen. Usually the areas of the first round we could get into will be more towards the back half, and so I wouldn't expect it. But if the right player fell, then we'll be aggressive about it. So just, again, a few quotes, comments from Gutey at the Combine yesterday. So kind of to sum it all up, Josh Jacobs ain't going nowhere. Now, could they restructure? Could they extend him and such? Yeah, sure, probably to lower that cap hit. Quay Walker, kind of get the feeling like if the number is right, if it benefits us, we'll bring him back. Rashawn, he's gone. He's gone. That's kind of some of the stuff that jumped out to me. So for any of you that maybe listened, watched, followed along online, anything else kind of stand out to you when it came to Gutey's chat yesterday with the media? Hit me up with the text 715-830-1912. All right, we'll take a quick break. Plenty more to get to, though. We'll be right back after these quick words. When it comes to fresh, convenient, and delicious, Hy-Vee at Eau Claire has got you covered. From fresh produce and premium meats to bakery favorites and ready-to-go meals, everything you need is under one roof. Planning dinner tonight, maybe grabbing some lunch on the run, or stocking up for the week? Hy-Vee makes it easy. A store that feels like your neighborhood market, just a little bit bigger. Plus, with daily, weekly deals and seasonal specials, there's always something new to discover. Hy-Vee in Eau Claire, where there is a helpful smile in every aisle. And don't forget to follow their Facebook page as well, because they've got like new deals every, like a daily deal, or maybe a sale going on for a couple days and such. So some really cool stuff, really good stuff too, especially if you have a kid that likes frozen pizza a lot. They definitely have a lot of deals on that every week. And so make sure you are following their Facebook page. So one other thing too from Gutey, he did talk a little bit about Lucas Van Ness and the decision that has to be made by May 1st on whether they are going to pick up that fifth-year option. Gutey saying yesterday, quote, "It's about what we think he's going to do in the future, not what he's done in the past. So that's kind of how we look at things. We did that with Devontae Wyatt last year. If that's the decision we decide to do, I won't have a problem with that at all." So I still feel like they're probably going to do it. Maybe they could try to do the whole 1-year extension to lower the number and such, because that fifth-year option is a lot. It definitely is a lot. So I still feel like ultimately that they're going to work out something. They're either going to pick up the fifth-year option, I think, for Van Ness, or maybe they get like a short-term extension done so it lowers that cap hit. This was from Bill Huber as well, who covers, obviously, the Packers for Sports Illustrated. And he had a really interesting piece, and he broke down the different scenarios that the Packers could do with Rashawn Gary. And I kind of want to throw it back to all of you. If you could pick one of these scenarios. So on one hand, they could just bring him back. He's got a cap charge of $28 million. That's a lot of money. A big-time cap hit. And the question is that worth it for the production that maybe he has gotten or he has given the team? So that's one option. The other part here is Gutey could restructure his salary into a signing bonus, which would be prorated into 2027. If that's the case, Gary would receive the same amount of money this year, but his cap hit for the upcoming season would be reduced by $8.35 million, and that difference would then be pushed into 2027. The other part, another way, could be to give Rashawn Gary a contract extension, which would allow the team to take a little bit of a hit out of the remaining contract by lowering his 2026 base salary and inserting void years into the back end of the deal. Another option would be, and Gary would have to agree to this, a pay cut with incentives. So Preston Smith kind of did something similar, if you remember that. And as Bill Huber noted here, Gary would have to agree to it, though that might be a better option for him given the uncertain free agent market he would be thrown into. And, of course, the other option would be just move on and then maybe re-sign Enoch Barre and roll with him whenever Micah comes back, Lucas Van Ness, got Colin Oliver, Baron Sorrell, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So let me throw this option out there, and would you be good with it? Would you be good if the Packers and Rashawn Gary kind of agreed to a pay cut, but there was incentives? Honestly, I think I'd be okay with that. I'd probably be okay with that. I do want to see what the team has with Colin Oliver. I do want to see more reps for Barron Sorrell. I want to see those opportunities, and I want to see what they've got with Lucas Van Ness here too. So understanding that bringing back Rashawn Gary would probably limit those snaps and limit those opportunities for those guys. But I think the wild card in this thing is we don't know for sure if Micah Parsons is going to be back week 1 for this season. We don't know. We're hoping, but we don't know. We're not going to know here at the end of February. Yep, it sounds like his rehab's going good. It's going great, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But we still don't know. So, I mean, if Gary said, yeah, I'll do, pay cuts, very incentive heavy. If he reaches double-digit sacks, he gets, this amount of money. If he reaches all these different escalators, then he could potentially get that money that maybe he was originally owed. I don't know exactly what that, how much of a pay cut that would be, how much the Packers would kind of, I guess, get away with giving him a pay cut. Or maybe the other question here is, if you were playing GM, if you were playing Brian Gutekunst here, would you just move on from Rashawn Gary? You're going to clear up some cap space. Yep, you have a dead cap hit. Now you could do the post-Jude first sort of thing and alleviate that. And then you focus on maybe bringing back Enagbare. So let me narrow this down for you. Let's do a couple different scenarios. Let's do 3 different scenarios here. Because I don't think they bring back Rashawn Gary at status quo with this contract. I would struggle to see that. Let's say scenario 1 is this. Rashawn Gary agrees to a pay cut with incentives. That's scenario 1, and then you're bringing him back. Pay cut, but he can earn all that money back with incentives. Number 2, you move on from Rashawn Gary, you open up some cap space, but then you bring back Kingsley Enagbare. Scenario 3, you move on from Rashawn Gary, you move on from Kingsley Enagbare, you roll with, obviously Micah there whenever he comes back, and then Lucas Van Ness, and then year 2 of Colin Oliver and Barron Sorrell. Those are your 3 options. Which option, as for you as a fan, would you prefer? Option 1, bringing back Rashawn Gary on a new contract, but pay cut, potentially getting those escalators, getting those incentives, moving on from Gary, but trying to bring back Kingsley Enagbare. He's going to get a pay raise. Okay, he's definitely going to get a pay raise. Or you move on from those 3 and you roll with the second-year guys of Sorrell and Colin Oliver, and you're putting some more eggs in the basket of Lucas Van Ness. Which scenario would be ideal for you? Or which scenario do you think is ideal for the Packers in this case? Option 1, option 2, option 3. Think about it a little bit. All right? Think about it a little bit. We got to take a quick break, and then we're going to wrap up the first quarter, first hour, already going to be in the books. Hit me up with those texts, with those picks, all right? We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. Accidents happen, but getting back on the road shouldn't be stressful. At Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire, you'll find experienced technicians, quality craftsmanship, and service that you can trust. From collision repair and dent removal to full paint work and insurance coordination, they handle the details so you don't have to. They'll restore your vehicle the right way, safely, professionally, and with attention to every detail. When your vehicle needs expert care, choose a team that puts quality first. That's Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire, bringing your vehicle back to life, one repair at a time. During the break, I was reading a little bit from Schefter that Brandon Aubrey, the kicker from the Dallas Cowboys, we know he's got like a huge leg, right? He wants $10 million per year. And apparently the Cowboys, they think he should be the highest paid kicker in the league, but they've offered a little over more than $6.4 million, I think it was, which is over the league average. Which begs the question, a kicker, $10 million per season. Would you give a kicker $10 million per season? Now, I was looking at Aubrey's numbers. We know the leg. So last year, he made 85, a little over 85. I should say a little over. It was 85.7% of his field goals. He was 97.9 from extra point. His long, 64. He was 10 of 10 from 40 to 49. He was perfect from 30 to 39. He was perfect from 20 to 29. 11 of 17 from 50 plus. And I was comparing it to like McManus. McManus last year, 3 of 7 from 40 to 49. 3 of 5 from 50 plus. But 3 of 7 is the killer. It's the dagger. It's like that's the range I think you want your kickers to be their best, is 40 to 49. You know, like the 50 pluses, you know, it's getting a little dicey. It's a little close. 40 to 49, and especially 30 to 39, I would say, yeah, so like 30 to 49, I want them dialed in. I want them nearly automatic from that range. And McManus going 3 of 7 from that range was just a killer last year. Oh, man. And that was kind of like, I believe that was like Anders Carlson's issue, right? When he was a rookie with Green Bay. Let me see if I can bring it up here really quick. Was that 40 to 49? 40 to 49 range. All right, so Anders, his rookie year in Green Bay, 4 of 8 from 40 to 49. He was perfect between 20 to 39 yards, his rookie year in Green Bay. 3 of 5 from 50 plus, but just 50% from that 40 to 49 yard range. But, hey, salaries are going up. Salary caps are going up. Wouldn't it be a big surprise if Aubrey gets close to $10 million or even hits that $10 million mark? So, all right. We'll talk some more football coming up a little bit later on. I want to kick off the next hour. We'll talk some hoops. The Bucks are back in action tonight after coming last night, picking up a win over the Miami Heat. A nice win. Kevin Porter Jr., dude was balling last night. We also have the Badgers back in action tonight. So couple big games here. Badgers taking on Oregon. Got to win that one. And then the Bucks hosting the Cleveland Cavaliers. Right now, if we were to look at where things stand in the Eastern Conference playoffs, Bucks still chasing the Hornets for that final spot. 1.5 games back. They're 2 games back from the Atlanta Hawks, who are in that 9th spot. But they're going up against a Cleveland Cavaliers team that has been 8-2 in their last 10 games. So Bucks, meanwhile, though, they've been playing well in their last 10 games, too. They're 7-3 in their last 10 games. But last night's game, as we mentioned, it was kind of the Kevin Porter Jr. game. Kevin Porter Jr. was just in fuego. 32 points, 7 rebounds, 7 dimes, 7 assists. Ryan Rollins helping out the cause. 21 points for him. Bobby Portis coming off the bench, going 5 for 10 from the 3 with 21 points. Kyle Kuzma, contributing, 19 points for Kyle Kuzma. And then Dieg having 11 points off the bench. Cam Thomas just 6 points, was 0 from 3. But the Bucks outscoring the Heat by 15 points in that fourth quarter to secure the 128-117 victory. So right now, Bucks sitting at 25-31 on the season. That's 56 games into it. They're just 26 games left to go. So we're about not quite to that final quarter yet. We're about 68% of the way through the regular season. So we're starting to wrap up this third quarter of the season. Maybe Bucks playing some of their better basketball too in this final third quarter of the regular season. If they could pick up a win tonight against Cleveland, I got to imagine that would just be a major boost in confidence for this team. And I think they still need it. They're playing better. They're playing, 7-3 in their last 10. But if they could beat the Cavs, a Cavs team that has had their number over the last couple of years too. If they could beat them without Giannis tonight, I got to imagine that would be a huge confidence boost for this team, especially considering, coming up what's left up here on the schedule here, the immediate schedule for the Bucks. You got New York right after this. You've got Boston coming up next Monday. Atlanta, a team that you're chasing to get into that play-in round. So if they could get a win tonight against Cleveland, oh man, I hope they use that. I hope they use that as a little bit of a motivation factor. Now, obviously, they're not favored. Cavs are opening up as an 8.5-point favorite tonight against Milwaukee, but what do you expect, right? So hopefully Kevin Porter Jr. has another game like he did last night to help out the cause. So you'll be able to listen to that game. Coverage will begin at 6:30 on the radio dials, 105.1 FM and 790 AM. Tip time a little after 7 o'clock because for whatever reason, again, NBA games can never start on time. Before that, you're going to have Brewers spring training game, 2:10. Coverage will begin at 2 o'clock today. We're going to talk a little Brewers coming up in the next hour. I want to talk a little bit about Tyler Black and his performance yesterday. And is he the guy that's getting lost in the shuffle with a lot of the questions surrounding the offense here? But Badger basketball is also in action tonight. It's going to be a late one. So if you want to stay up and follow that, you're going to probably have to get the coffee brewing, get a little caffeine going and such because the Badgers on the West Coast taking on Oregon, 10 o'clock tip time. Wisconsin is a 5.5-point favorite in this game, and it's definitely, I would say, a must-win for Wisconsin. You can't lose games like this. So, all right, a couple minutes left. Good morning, Morgs.
Hey, what's the latest and greatest from your world today?
I got nothing.
What do we feel about Uggs on feet?
My kid wants Uggs.
Your face looks Uggs. I'm telling you right now, you can't get through. You can't put it aside. You can't make that parent face. Oh. If kids want Uggs, they're going to get Uggs. Have you pulled the trigger yet?
I shouldn't say this, but knockoffs.
Oh, Dad, I wouldn't have expected that from you. You're like a fashion purist guy.
No, I'm not.
You're big on that. What are you talking about? Your jerseys are always legit. You keep things on top. Yesterday, for example, on trading card day, you had your Tops shirt on. You ride some pretty hard fashion lines. I wouldn't take you for a knockoff
expensive,
guy.
like jersey stuff. I'm not dropping like $100 on them. It's less than $100 on them. So yeah.
What's your max cap? What's the most you've ever spent on a pair of sports gear? Not equipment. Not equipment. I'm talking like for funsies, not for.
Just because it was rare and I saw it was probably my Don Hudson jersey at the pro shop. It was $150.
Okay. But see, like that's a piece. Mm-hmm. You keep that. That's special. Yep. Is that your max cap? Would you go above that?
I probably wouldn't go above that anymore.
Not these days.
No,
not when you have to pay for things like the dentist. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
So it's a boy thing too, because obviously I see Uggs on. I have a daughter, so
yeah. And I tried to tell him like that's a Tom Brady thing, and it didn't faze him.
No.
He's like, but I still want them.
Okay, so what about Crocs?
Oh, I am against Crocs, but he has a pair too. Because
see.
I can't stand Crocs.
Okay, but have you worn them?
No.
They're super comfy.
I don't care.
I'm just saying.
They look ugly.
Okay.
They don't serve a purpose for just casual wear. They're just, no.
Okay, here's the thing. You're not incorrect, But if you haven't worn them, then you don't get it. This is one of those, like, if you know, you know.
No.
They're super comfortable.
They're ugly.
I don't think they're...
Give me Hey Dudes any day of the week.
See, I don't think Hey Dudes are that much less ugly. They're just, you're more used to them.
No,
Crocs,
come on.
But Crocs aren't trying to be cool. They came out of the gate ugly.
Yeah.
Like, I'm ugly, I'm owning it. You know, sometimes you have to do that. Yeah, They have a great personality.
No.
Give them a chance, man.
All right, second quarter, kick it off right now on this Wednesday morning of February 25th, the final Wednesday for the month of February. Thanks for hanging out and, talking some sports with us here this morning. It is a Mike Star Market, Am I Wrong Wednesday, so give me your sports opinions, your sports takes, where you would say, am I wrong for thinking this? Am I wrong for saying that? All right, best ones I'll read up on the air. Hit me up. Okay, you can also do that on the YouTube chats if you'd like. We'll get back to some more Packers chats later on here. We've got Bucks picking up a win last night. Nice win against the Miami Heat. It's going to be a tough one tonight when they take on the Cleveland Cavaliers. Badger basketball also in action tonight. Going to be a late one as they're on the West Coast. They'll be taking on Oregon, tip time at 10. Marquette picked up a win last night against Georgetown. A little bit more locally, UW Stout men's basketball team falling in the WIAC tournament to UW Lacrosse. I know for high school, we had the girls basketball playoffs. starting last night. So a lot of our local teams advancing with wins. That includes Chi-High and Eau Claire North in Division 1. In Division 2, New Richmond, Sparta, Marshfield moving on. Elk Mound, Somerset, Barron, Spooner, and St. Croix Falls moving on in D3. Ladysmith, Mondovi, Cadott, Durand, Arkansas, and Spencer moving on in Division 4. In D5, Flambeau, Turtle Lake, Bruce, Solon Springs, Levi-Strom, Augusta, Gilman, Eau Claire, Emmanuel, Lutheran, Owen, Withee, Loyal, and Auburn, all moving on to playoff hockey. Girls side of things, Eau Claire North Co-op fell to Somerset, River Falls, Baldwin, Woodville, St. Croix Central, they move on. And boys high school hockey, Hudson moving on in D1, while Rice Lake fell in Division 2. Brewers picking up their first spring training win yesterday as they took down the A's, but maybe the story from the game was Tyler Black. Tyler Black notched 6 RBIs. 6 RBIs in the game, including a home run and a single that got 3 RBIs from there. But, Tyler Black is maybe one of the more interesting players to kind of follow along in this spring training. Yesterday he collected 3 hits, including that homer, 6 total RBIs. He's hitting .625 so far this spring with a 1.792 OPS. Obviously, limited amount of ABs. You're going to have inflated numbers and such. But, all the talk about offense and production, where's it going to come? And Tyler Black has been with the organization, for a while now, for a few years. He's made some appearances at the major league level. At first, he was a third base prospect, but the Brewers really focusing more with him on, outfield and first base now. But I feel like he is, he was the guy maybe a couple of years ago that we were just waiting, the everyday guy, like finally getting promoted and being up there and maybe staying up there and such. And maybe now he's kind of gotten a little bit lost in the shuffle, if that's fair to say. But with this spring training now, with this spring training season, if he goes out there and he balls out, he's going to be an interesting maybe player to kind of watch. Now, I think, the guys ahead of him, it's going to be tough. I wonder, is there a chance that maybe he unseats a guy like a Jake Bowers? That might be his best chance, I feel like, to make this roster. He is a left-handed bat, plays first base. Bowers, lefty. Andrew Vaughn's going to be the starter at first base, right? But maybe they also view, hey, we want Tyler Black to get as many ABs as possible, at-bats as possible. So he's going to be kind of stuck down in Nashville behind a lot of those other players. Just looking at where he's spent, the last time he logged any meaningful time at third base, 2024, he played 9 games at third base in Nashville. Before that, he had 69 games in Biloxi in AA in 2023. But looking at, the last time he logged any games at third base was 2024. He has played outfield and first base primarily. That's it. So they've really focused on getting him time at first base, and it looks like a lot of left field action. So first base or left field for Tyler Black. So maybe there's still a path for him to become, I think a lot's going to depend on what Andrew Vaughn does this year for the Brewers, the production that he brings. And if he doesn't, maybe there's an opportunity there for Tyler Black. But I don't think there's it's interesting because I really think it's between Tyler Black and Jake Bowers in this instance. And I think Jake Bowers might have a little bit of an advantage power-wise and such. But we've seen Jake Bowers play outfield too. We've seen the Brewers throw him out there in left, even in right in situations. Tyler Black's getting playing time, obviously inexperienced in the outfield too. So I really feel like Tyler Black, for him to make this club, he's going to have to beat out Jake Bowers in this instance. And when you look at Tyler Black's, well, let's kind of bring up some of his offensive numbers and such. So he doesn't have any career home runs at the major league level. Just kind of, where is he at here? So he did have 13 home runs. Oh, that's Wright State in college. So in 2023, he did have 18 total home runs. That was between, that looks like that was Nashville and Biloxi. So just kind of going through baseball ref. Okay, so where are we at here? 2023, he had 18 home runs. 2024, he had 14 home runs. So, I mean, a little bit of power. But last year, 2025, he just had a total of 5, kind of go between mostly 61 games in Nashville and then 10 games with the Brewers and such. So, but I just feel like Tyler Black's feels like he's that guy that's been around for a while. Right? I mean, once in a while we have that Brewers player, that minor league player. It feels like he's just been hanging around a little bit. Maybe gets an opportunity here and there. Then kind of gets lost in the shuffle a little bit. But I don't know, maybe we got to watch him a little bit more with spring training as it continues. Brewers will be back at it today. You'll be able to catch that game right here on the radio dials, 105.1 FM and 790 AM. They're going to be taking on the Giants. So maybe another opportunity for Tyler Black and company. So, but yeah, Brewers off the schneid. If anybody was even worried about them not picking up a win in spring training, they got the job done yesterday. So, but other stuff from yesterday, you had Bryce Durang worked a 14-pitch walk. All right. Patience up there. Getting maybe I know that some people have kind of questioned that with Bryce Durang over the years, but I'm not going to read too much into it from a spring training game and such. But other stuff from yesterday's 10-0 victory for the Brewers. Frelick collected a couple hits, hitting in that leadoff spot. He was a DH yesterday. How about Badu, the left fielder? He hit a home run earlier on. He had a couple of hits yesterday, too. Did have a couple strikeouts as well. But maybe trying to make a push, make an impression for the team. Zerpa, he got an inning in there. Crow pitched an inning, too. So Brewers just still kind of going through, their pitchers going one inning at a time here in the early goings of spring training. It sounds like, though, really quick, let me try to see if I can find it. Brandon Woodruff. Is it Brandon Wood? I thought I had seen something from Brandon Woodruff. Let me see if I can find it here quickly. I should have saved it here. But I know there's some questions. Are we going to see Brandon Woodruff anytime soon? So Brandon Woodruff, this was from Todd Rosiak. Yeah, Todd Rosiak yesterday. Brandon Woodruff is scheduled for a 2-up live BP session on March 1st and then begin game progression. On track to begin the season in the rotation. So whatever that. So yesterday we were talking about Brandon Woodruff, and was opening day a part of the plan? Was that a realistic option? Was that a realistic path or thing for him? It's kind of sounded like it was doubtful, but maybe now he's getting closer and closer. So, all right, we got to take a quick break. We'll get back to some more Brewers chats coming up a little bit later on, though. So keep your thoughts coming. We'll catch up on some of your texts. Hit me up, 715-830-1912. Quick break, and we'll be back after these quick words. Tax season is here, and that refund check, it's more than just extra spending money. It's an opportunity. This year, why not invest it right where you live? You can upgrade your home with a beautiful new floor from Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. Whether you've been dreaming about some warm, comfortable carpet, maybe some durable luxury vinyl planks like the innovative Ridge and Max flooring, or maybe some waterproof options, especially, spring and such. A lot of kids, especially if you got busy families and that. Your tax return could go a long way towards transforming the look and feel of your home. And at Carpet City Flooring Center, you'll find expert guidance, professional installation, and flooring options for every budget. Don't let that refund disappear on little things that you won't remember next month. Put it towards something that you will see and enjoy every single day. Stop on into Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire and turn your tax return into a home upgrade that you will love for years to come. Carpet City Flooring Center, stepping into something better. All right. So don't forget also, too, it is an Am I Wrong Wednesday. So send me your Am I Wrongs, your sports opinions, your sports takes for your Am I Wrongs. We'll get to those coming up a little bit later on. Reminder, if you missed our conversation yesterday with Tyler from Slab Factory, because yesterday was National Trading Card Day. So it was an awesome conversation, a good chat. It is available on the Man Cave podcast. You can find the Man Cave podcast on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. The video podcast is also available on YouTube as well. So if you want to see the video version of that, that is up on our YouTube channel. So big thanks again yesterday for a lot of you kind of sharing some of your stories and some of your memories from your card collecting days as a kid, or maybe even currently right now. So, but that was a lot of fun yesterday, and getting to hear some of your memories and such. So, gotta do that again for sure, no doubt about it. But again, if you missed that conversation with Tyler, and then you want to check out maybe some of his items from his personal collection, go check out the video stream that is up on our YouTube channel. Brian Gutekunst yesterday chatted with the media a couple times. First up was the local media. They got the first crack at him, and then he went up to the podium as it is Combine week. So Matt LaFleur not with the team right now, which is something that, the last couple of years has kind of been the plan. Not every coach now goes on over to the Combine. So Gutey is chatting a little bit with the media. We spent some time in the first hour talking about that. And if any of you kind of maybe watched, followed, caught up on it, did anything kind of stand out to you in terms of what Gutey had to say? He covered topics like Rashawn Gary, Quay Walker, Lucas Van Ness, and that fifth-year option. Talked a lot about Rich Bisaccia. Sounded like the Packers were caught off guard with Rich Bisaccia deciding to leave, and it was a Rich Bisaccia decision. It was not a Packers decision and such. So if you had any kind of thoughts on that, you can let us know with a quick text at 715-830-1912. I know a few of you already are chiming in with that too, so we'll get to that here in a little bit. But Joe's joining us now. So did anything from Gutey's presser yesterday stand out to you, Joe?
You never know how to take GM speak at a time, at this time of year. And by that I mean this. Rashawn Gary. I think you and I and majority of Packerland have written him off as a cap cut, as a cap casualty. 0 sacks in his last 8 games last year. 0 tackles for loss. I believe his cap number is around $20 million, and they save around $11 million if they cut him. And Gutey said, we expect Rashawn Gary to be a good player this coming year and to be productive. And again, I'm paraphrasing, but you never know, reading between the lines, whether or not Green Bay is really trying to do something to be able to keep Rashawn Gary on this roster. So I think that was one of the biggest things. I think also it's interesting. It sounds like that maybe the organization and Rich Bisaccia were not on the same page as far as him deciding to move on. And so it sounds like Bisaccia is not retiring, that he's going to pursue other opportunities. What they are, we don't know. But those would be the two biggest, the Rashawn Gary conversation, the Bisaccia conversation. I think also, not necessarily from Gutekunst, but from the rest of the NFL, the buzz around Malik Willis right now. I think, looking at it, I believe Greg Rosenthal had him number 1 on the NFL free agent list, which is going to get him $30 million-ish a year. It will. So I think those are some of the things that stood out for me from Gutekunst and from the rest of the NFL.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Looking at the Quay Walker, he was asked about that too, kind of non-committal and such. But earlier on, he said when he was asked about what positions do you feel like you need maybe some competition at, he did throw in inside linebacker. So kind of a little bit of a different tone from last year from Quay Walker. I kind of got the sense that maybe he feels like if the number's right, Quay Walker, we'd be open to having him back. But if that number's not right, because on one breath he said, we've got guys that could fill in if he's not there. But then he's like, yeah, we probably need more competition. So it seems like he's really 50-50 on the whole thing.
Yeah, I think the fact that they tried to get the deal done last year, and who knows what's being said behind these closed doors. And we can speculate as much as we want, but, maybe Quay Walker's camp has a very inflated view of him. And so maybe it's one of those things where they're not even close right now, or they weren't even close last year when they started negotiating. So, yeah, it's interesting. And again, I think the one thing we've learned about Gutekunst is the fact that he keeps things very close to the vest. When Green Bay a couple of years ago went out and got Josh Jacobs and Xavier McKinney, we didn't hear any buzz about that. And so I think, as we approach the start of the new season, and it's only a couple of weeks away, it's fascinating to me, Captain, how fast we get through February, and then all of a sudden we're at the Combine, and all of a sudden the new NFL season is upon us. Mm-hmm. And then you've got the draft and et cetera, et cetera. But, yeah, I think Gutekunst keeps things close to the vest. Rasheed Walker, talking about free agents, he was one of, I believe, Rosenthal's top 20 free agents. He's going to get a lot of money on the marketplace. There's no question there. So a lot of moving parts. And a couple of weeks ago, you and I talked about this. I think this is a critical offseason for this organization. They have a window, and the window is probably 4 years-ish, depending on what happens. But they have some holes to fill. So I think Gutey needs to be very strategic this year, and he needs to hit on a couple of draft choices. And again, no first rounder. We know that. Mm-hmm. So he needs to really work that second and third and fourth round area because he needs players that can play right away.
Speaking of players that can play right away, you look at the center position right now, and Green Bay's had a history of drafting a center day 3. Late day 2, Corey Linsley was a 4th, 5th round pick. Obviously, Josh Myers and such. And he was asked yesterday, Gutey was asked, does he see any centers in this draft that he feels like could start day 1? And he said, yes, he does, because in the free agent market, there's not a lot of options right now. Do you see that's probably the most likely option, that Green Bay starting center is going to come from the draft this year?
Yeah, and I don't know what they think of Sean Ryan. I think personally, just looking at it from the tape that we could see last year from Ryan, I thought the Packers' run game improved significantly when Sean Ryan moved to center. Now, can he win the one-on-one battles in pass blocking? That's really that I think is the big question about with Sean Ryan. And maybe Sean Ryan has priced himself out of Green Bay. And you talk about, by the way, drafting centers in those not later rounds, but the early to mid rounds. And this goes back truly to Ron Wolf, because you go Mike Flanagan, and you go some of those guys that he was able to pull off. And so I think Green Bay probably says, we're going to negotiate with Sean Ryan. If not, we're going to draft probably in that 3rd, 4th round area, the best center available, and hopefully you can plug and play at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then as you mentioned too, the league year is going to begin here in the next less than 2 weeks here, so they've got to make a decision on Elton Jenkins, obviously Rashawn Gary and such. If I threw out this scenario too when it comes to Rashawn Gary, because I thought Bill Huber laid it out really well.
Yeah, I saw that article too.
Rashawn Gary cap hit or not cap hit, takes a pay cut, but incentives similar to Preston Smith, remember from a couple years ago, where he has a chance to earn all that money back. You just cut Rashawn Gary, bring back Kingsley Enagbare, or you just bring back Rashawn Gary. Which scenario would you rather have?
Option one. No question, option one. If you can
release Rashawn Gary altogether and no Kingsley. No.
Right, right. So, if you can get him back and he would accept the Preston Smith deal where you get him back and it's like we're going to lower the cap hit. Now, my concern with that type of thing, too, is do you also add voidable years? That gets messy.
Yeah.
Then you start kicking the can down the future again. And so, that's I think my biggest concern is you got yourself in cap hell because of Aaron Rodgers. And I'm not laying it on Aaron Rodgers, but you kept on trying to run this thing back. And you do that when you get those avoidable years because then you get the dead cap and you get that dead cap hit. So I would prefer if they could do a simple restructure without adding a lot of voidable years to it. I'd be all in. The one thing you can say about Rashawn Gary is he stayed healthy last year. That is the one thing you can say. He was available. Now, the flip side of that is he only averaged, I think, around 45% of the defensive snaps. So Rashawn Gary being available but only playing half time really isn't what you need. You need Rashawn Gary being available and hitting that 60%, 65% playing time. And again, a lot of that, it seemed to me, and it seemed to the naked eye, that was Rashawn Gary taking himself out rather than the coaches removing him. So yeah, you'd love to, if you can bring Rashawn Gary back and still save yourself $7 million on that cap, because if you cut him outright, you save 11. If you restructure and you're ending up saving 7-ish, I think that's doable then, and that makes sense to me without adding voidable years, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because I think kicking the can down the road isn't going to help this football team.
Yeah, and it seems like they would have to put, according to Bill, those voidable years at the back end of this to try to figure that out. I know they, on one hand, then you does it take away some snaps from Lucas Van Ness? Do you have to figure that out? You got Barrett Sorrell, you got Colin Oliver that they probably like too, but there's nothing wrong with having depth at that position.
No, especially if you're going to see more 3-4. If you're going to go, and again, it remains to be seen what Gannon's going to bring to the table this year, but you can speculate that you're going to see a little bit more of a 3-4. So that now says, all right, so where does Lucas Van Ness fit in that 3-4? Where does Rashawn Gary fit in a 3-4? So, yeah, you can never have enough bodies at that position. How do you make a weak secondary better? Rush the quarterback. And so right now, Green Bay arguably does not have a great cornerback room. And so a way to put a Band-Aid on that or help that is obviously rush the passer. And you look at quarterback rating pre-Micah Parsons injury and quarterback rating against this team post, and it's dramatic. It is night and day. You can get away with Carrington Valentine and Keyshawn Nixon and whoever, and Nate Hobbs at that point, if you're putting pressure on the quarterback. You can't get away with that cornerback group if you can't get pressure. And so, yeah, look, if you can figure something out with Rashawn Gary, because I get it. Gutey said this, 7.5 sacks, I believe 60 pressures total. That you don't find that everywhere in the NFL. I get that. You also don't pay $20 million for that. You pay $20 million for 14 sacks with those 60 pressures. And so, yeah, it again, it goes back to my point. It's really going to be interesting how Gutey approaches this offseason, because I do think they've got some big decisions to make that are going to affect this team's window on whether or not they can compete for the Super Bowl.
Speaking of corners, if we use Greg Rosenthal's top 101, you have to give a one-year deal to these two. Who would you prefer, Trayvon Diggs or Greg Newsome?
Greg Newsome. How about you?
I mean, Greg Newsome's younger. He's shown a little bit inconsistency, but when he is shown really well, he has shown really well. So I'd probably go Greg Newsome.
Yeah, the thing about Trayvon Diggs, it's interesting. If you break down his film and his big interception seasons, he really got a lot of those picks. And again, I'm not diminishing what he was able to do. It was pretty spectacular what he was able to do, but he was out of position a lot. And so a lot of those passes, and you go back to it, you had Micah Parsons on that team too. And so, you got Micah Parsons rushing the quarterback. It makes Trayvon Diggs that much better because now instead of a 7-yard hitch, you got to release it at 5.
Mm-hmm.
Now, instead of running that dig at 11, you're running it at 9 and you're throwing it before you have to. So it's a domino effect. But I would probably take Newsome. I liked him coming out of college a lot more than I like Diggs coming out of college. Newsome was one of the guys I was looking at in my mock drafts leading up to that. So, yeah, I think at this point I would roll the dice on Newsome before Diggs. Now, if they end up with a 1-year deal with Trayvon Diggs, am I going to hate it? Absolutely not. I thought it was a good gamble last year. And I thought if they went deeper into the playoffs, you could have seen more of Trayvon Diggs. And so I think that's a roll of the dice that if you can make a deal with him, I think it makes sense. But if you're going either or, I'd take Newsome.
Yeah. Do you feel like those, if they bring in a corner because of the Nate Hobbs contract with Keyshawn, Carrington, do you think they're more likely to do like a 1-year type of prove-it deal with a corner?
I don't know. I've been thinking about this. I wouldn't be surprised if Gutey finds a way to make a bigger splash at that position. I would not be surprised at that. I think again, going back to it, Micah Parsons, if he's going to be ready week 1, we don't know that. But really, even if he's playing week 1, he's probably not getting back into game shape until probably game 4 or 5.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're going to have to compensate for that lack of pass rush again, which means, again, your cornerbacks are going to have to be better. And so it would not surprise me at all if Gutey actually has the wherewithal and creates the cap space to go after someone who can merit that 3 or 4 year deal. Mm-hmm. It wouldn't surprise me. Now, it also wouldn't surprise me. I think Gutey this year, I think you might see more 1-year veteran deals from Gutey this year than you ever have. I think he, I think Green Bay is at that point now where it's, we're going to rent that 1-year guy to get us over the hump. So I think
Calais Campbell.
Yes, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
100%. Why not? I mean, Khalil Mack, why not? You look at those types of deals that are out there.
Mm-hmm.
Heck, I'm going to throw this out there. Aaron Jones, why not? Because he might be a cap casualty with Minnesota because they're way over the cap. And so you look at, I think Gutey rolls the dice. My prediction here on February 25th is I think you're going to see more veterans with those 1-year prove-it deals or incentive-laden deals. I think you're going to see that more from Gutey than ever before.
Would you say it's more on the defensive side, possibly? Or
yeah, I mean, logically,
mm-hmm.
If you can get a center on a 1-year deal and groom a rookie,
mm-hmm.
you might want to do that as long as it's not the Jeff Saturday experiment.
Right.
I don't see where else it makes sense offensively. It makes a lot of sense defensively. You've got cornerback, you've got defensive line. You could even look at linebacker, going back to what you said, what Gutey said about competition. So, yeah, I would say more than likely on the defensive side of the ball. I just don't see, outside of center, the need to go out and get that veteran guy.
Mm-hmm. I know some people are saying, did Gutey tip his hand by when he said inside linebacker in terms of needs? And I think that's stretching it just a little bit, you know, because he could have just been referring to a middle linebacker, at that same
and again,
breath.
this goes back to we don't know what we're going to see more of.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to have 2 inside backers that really now are not a traditional Sam or Mike because you're not looking at a 4-3?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not reading too much into that.
Yeah.
Again, I thought the biggest thing. Now, Gutey also said, at the combine leading into that offseason that Aaron Jones, he can't wait to have him back. And Aaron Jones was a casualty at that point, a cap casualty after they got Josh Jacobs. So who knows at this part of the year if it's coach speak or GM speak or whatever the case may be. But I thought the Rashawn Gary positioning, I thought that was the most interesting type of moment for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. With the combine here, obviously, Green Bay doesn't have first-round pick, and Gutey mentioned, he's like, I wouldn't expect us to make a move, but if there is a player that we feel like is, aggressive, that we could go up there and make a move, I don't think they're going to do that.
I don't either.
At this point. But with combine week here, what are some of the drills or workouts that you pay attention to? The most?
I look at the 3-cone. I look at the 3-cone because that's short area quickness. I look at that much more than necessarily a 40. And I look at vertical because that's explosiveness. And so you look at what drills, and over the years, the 40s are the sexy drills. Those are the ones that get the most publicity. But as far as translating to game speed, I like the 3-cone. I like looking at the 40. I like looking at the 10-yard split as far as that goes, and then vertical. Because if you've got, I'll take a guy 5'11" at a cornerback position with a 39-inch vertical rather than a guy who's 6'3" with a 28-inch vertical. So it's just more explosiveness at that point. So I'm always looking quick twitch. What can they do in a short space? Again, 40's great. And if you're Christian Watson and you've got the whole package, that's wonderful. But I'd rather see that explosiveness, which I think the shorter drills, and then, like I said, the vertical, I think that brings into play.
Yeah, it's going to be coming in hot and heavy after Combine Week, and then we're franchise. Well, I mean, we're free agency and new league year starting on March 11th, so less than 2 weeks away. So.
I tell you what, Badger basketball, and of course the Brewers catchers and pitchers are there. Nothing like Miz, throwing balls at Quinn Priester. Again, nice job by the Milwaukee Brewers video editing team. But you got a lot of, I think the other sports are trying to stay relevant for sure, because there were a lot of times, Captain, where, we couldn't wait for this time of year because it was like, okay. And you know what? It is different this year because Green Bay does not have that first round pick. So it is a different buzz as you get to the combine when you're in a situation like this. But yeah, big off season for Gutey. I'm excited. And I thought about this today coming in. If knock on wood, you get Tucker Kraft back to start the season, and you get him for the whole season. Christian Watson, he didn't play the first half of the season last year. Jaden Reed didn't play the majority of the season last year. You get Micah Parsons back early in the season. I started thinking about it. You kind of got a draft class there because you had a lot of guys last year that didn't either start the season or finish the season or the middle of the season. So it's almost like...
And you didn't get anything from Matthew Golden. So.
Matthew Golden. So it's almost like you've got a draft class on top of a draft class because you got guys who you're hoping... And again, looking at PFF real quick, 3 Packers, I believe, in the top 101. I say if Christian Watson plays a full season, if Zach Tom plays a full season, Tucker Kraft plays a full season, I think that number jumps from 3 to 6. And so I think they're right on the cusp of moving into that upper echelon, some of these guys, but they got to be healthy. So again, I'm looking at this year as let's get these guys back. Let's get a full season out of your studs and see what this football team can do.
I agree. All right, Joe. Appreciate the time as always.
Always
sir.
good seeing you in person, by the way.
Right.
I've been traveling a lot the last few weeks, so it's good to be here in lovely and beautiful Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
Absolutely. All right. Hey, we got to take a quick break here, play a little catch up, but we'll get back to some of your texts and comments after these few words. When it comes to glass, clarity matters. At Post Glass Samir at Chippewa Falls, you'll find expert craftsmanship and dependable service for your home, business, or vehicle. From custom shower doors and mirrors to window replacements and auto glass repair, they do it all and they do it right. Whether you're upgrading your space or fixing a crack before it spreads, Post Glass Samir delivers quality that you can see. Local, experienced, and trusted. Post Glass Samir at Chippewa Falls. Clear solutions built to last. Speaking of Post Glass and Mirror, did put up a fun poll question last night. I hope people had fun with it. Just kind of, going a little bit of a different direction with our normal poll questions and such. So I threw this out there. Let's say aliens come to planet Earth. Probably already did, but you know what I mean. And they come to you, all right, and they say, we want to experience the best sports game experience possible out of these 4 sports: pre-game, the game itself, post-game. We want to experience the best one. If we don't have any fun, we don't like it, we're going to invade Earth. Which one of these sports would you send them to? Would it be a hockey game? Would it be a football game, a basketball game, or a baseball game? Not too surprised with some of the results so far. The lowest amount has been basketball at 3%. 10% went with baseball. 51% went with football. 30% went with hockey. So I figured it would probably be between football and hockey. Now, I feel like if I would have just taken out the pregame, the tailgate part of it, would hockey get more of the votes? If it was just the game itself, would hockey get more of the votes? But if you factor in pregame, tailgate, that sort of thing, I think that's what elevates football into that. But if we took away the pregame part of it, I'm probably voting hockey. But if we include the festivities or the non-game type of activities and just get the whole experience, the whole atmosphere, et cetera, yeah, I got to go with probably football on that one. But hey, if you want to vote, you can go vote, and it's on the Sports Talk Facebook page, and you can hit me up with a message too why you voted the way you did and such. Just kind of a little bit of a fun one. All right. So again, hopefully nobody took it too serious and such. So. All right, coming up next hour, we'll do some more Am I Wrongs, brought to you by Mike's Star Market. We'll hit that up. If you want to get yours on in, please do so by hitting us up with a message or hitting up on the YouTube video stream. Joe over there says Malik Willis deserves everything he gets. He definitely deserves a starting spot. Good for him. Yeah, Malik, definitely, for sure, no question. So, but got anything else that you want to throw out there? Please do so. All right. Text it on over to us. We'll get to that here in a little bit. Also, we'll get back to some more Hoops chat. Badgers back in action tonight. G-Man, the Hall of Famer, a little bit earlier said Wisconsin go and get the win against Oregon. P.S. Way to go, Bucks. They are playing well now. Bucks are back at it tonight, taking on the Cleveland Cavaliers. Be a tough one, but it was a nice win for the Bucks last night, going up against Miami. Can they get a big win? A big win now against Cleveland on a short turnaround without Giannis. That, I got to imagine, would be such a huge, huge, huge confidence boost. Man, that'd be nice, right? Oh. So, all right. Got that and whatever else that we kind of want to hit up here too. So, tell you what, let's take, because we got to play a little catch up. We're a little long in that last segment. We'll play, we'll take our quick break right now, wrap up the second quarter, head into halftime, and kind of reset everything. How about that? So, all right, quick break, and we'll be right back to wrap up the second quarter after these quick words. Pain doesn't have to slow you down. At Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, their experienced team is focused on getting you back to doing what you love, whether that's competing on the field, staying active, or simply moving without discomfort. From joint pain and sports injuries to advanced surgical and non-surgical treatments, they provide personalized care designed around you. Local experts, advanced techniques, real results. If pain is holding you back, take the next step towards recovery. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, helping you move better every day. All right, just a couple minutes left to the top of the hour. So coming up next hour, I kind of want to hit this up. Since we were talking like sports cards yesterday and such, I found this article, and I'll be honest, like I missed it, but apparently Topps came out with their 75 most iconic Topps baseball cards. And there is a little bit of a Eau Claire, Chippewa Valley connection in this. And it's not Hank Aaron, although Hank Aaron is on here. All right. He's number 3 on this for one of his cards. But there's another player on here. And is it top 10? Not quite top 10. So, but it is listed on here. I want to kind of talk. I'd be curious if anybody in our area has one of these cards. So I'll tell you what about that coming up in the next hour here. So maybe if you do have one of them, you might want to be listening just to kind of get a sense of how much they're worth and such. So, but we'll hit that up coming up in the next hour. We'll kind of reset everything. Brian Gutekunst chatted yesterday at the combine. I'm going to give you 3 scenarios. You pick, kind of an informal poll here, and it all centers around Rashawn Gary. Scenario 1. He takes a pay cut and he gets a new contract that is incentive-based. Heavy incentives. Okay? He could potentially make all that money again. It's similar to Preston Smith did a few years ago. That's option 1. Option 2, move on from Rashawn Gary. You go with outsider Micah Parsons, Lucas Van Ness, Barrett Sorrell, Colin Oliver, and then maybe another draft pick or something. Option 3, you release Rashawn Gary, and then you re-sign Kingsley Enagbare. How about we throw another option in there, okay? So Kingsley Enagbare is going to get a pay raise. Option 4, you release Rashawn Gary, and you go to the free agent market and you find another pass rusher. Still going to have to pay a decent amount of money. Which of those 4 options would you rather do? Or which of those 4 options, let me rephrase it, is the best option for the Green Bay Packers? And you have to factor in production, players, salaries, cap hits. All that has to come into play. Okay? That all has to come into play. Think about it for a little bit and let me know. Okay? Hit me up with a text in that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912. We'll talk some hoops. Bucks are back at it tonight. Take it out of the Cavs. We got Badger basketball as well. Brewers, spring training. Tyler Black had himself a day yesterday. Is he a sneaky guy to make this roster? We'll hit that up coming up a little bit later on, too. So, all right, shot clock's going to cut me off here in like 2 seconds. We are at halftime. 2 in, 2 more to go on this. We are making the turn on a Making the Turn Wednesday. How about that? Quick break, and we'll be back to kick off the third quarter coming up after these news updates. Third hour, kick it off right now on this Wednesday morning. Thanks for tuning in wherever, however you may be tuning in from. Whether it's on those radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, or online, sportstalk1051.com. You got the streams, you got the app, download it, take it on the go. All those different options there. What's this from the NFL? Oh, Jacksonville and Washington to play in the London games. Okay. Yeah, been getting some of these popping up every other day or every day so far with some international games and such. So, yeah, no surprise with Jacksonville. But Mark says option 4 signed Jalen Phillips. Eagles last year trade slip for the Dolphins had a solid second. I don't think they're going to be able to afford Jalen Phillips, though, Mark. I think I was looking, first of all, he's the third highest ranked free agent available from Greg Rosenthal, and he's probably going to get a nice payday. And I don't think that's going to be able to be an option for Green Bay in terms of money, cap wise, space wise, such. It'd be cool, but I don't think that's going to be within their budgets, if you will. I know market value, I just looked it up. They're talking about $17-18 million per year. So, but I guess never say never. We'll see. So, we'll get back to some more football talk coming up here in a little while. We've got hoops, we've got baseball, all that good stuff. It is Mike's Star Market. Am I wrong? So give me your am I wrong takes and opinions. You can text them on over. Best ones we'll read up on the air. Yesterday we talked a lot about, with it being National Trading Card Day and such. I found this piece from Topps where they ranked their top 75 Topps baseball cards. And I was just kind of scrolling through it. And their top 10 was the 52 Mickey Mantle, 52 Willie Mays, the 54 Hank Aaron, the 52 Jackie Robinson, the 2024 Paul Skeens, the 68 Jerry Koosman, Nolan Ryan rookie stars, 86 Barry Bonds, 55 Roberto Clemente, 1980 Ricky Henderson, and 2018 Shohei. And then they kind of went through the different eras and generations. And in the 1950s, the first one that popped up, it's got a little bit of a local connection here. Andy Pafko. Remember Andy Pafko? The 1952 Topps Andy Pafko #1. They write on here, the 1952 Topps Andy Pafko stands as the most important #1 card of the post-war era. While Pafko is not a household name, it is around here, his place in the hobby is outsized as the leadoff card for the iconic 1952 Topps set. A steady major leaguer who hit .285 with 213 home runs, Pafko anchors one of the most influential issues in card history as one of the few non-star cards recognized for its significance. Its importance is rooted in position and legacy rather than on-field accolades. Measuring approximately 2 inches and 2 5/8 by 3 3/4 inches, the card is notoriously difficult to find, well-centered, and high in grade. So anybody in our area, if you're an Andy Pafko fan and you have one of those cards from the Boyceville native, you might be sitting on a decent chunk of change. So go check your card club. I just thought it was kind of cool to see Andy Pafko, a card from, the guy who played baseball here, got his starter out here from Boyceville, listed on there. I think that was pretty cool. That was darn cool. So, but yeah, definitely got, other options, other cards on here. If you're looking for like a Milwaukee one, you've got the Aaron and Pafko. And I think there was was it Warren Spahn or Eddie Matthews? Let me see if I could bring it up here. Maybe there was. I'm just kind of going through. Yeah, there was a couple different Hank Aaron ones on here. may mean that was it. I thought there was a different one. I could be wrong for another Milwaukee Brave, but I'm not seeing it right away. So, but actually, yeah, there's a few different Hank Aaron ones on here, different generations and such too. So, but no, it's kind of cool if you like collecting. I'll tell you what, there was one card on here. I'm gonna have to dig through a box again because they listed Don Mattingly on here, and I'm like, oh, do I have that one or not? I'll have to double check it because Hudson was just asking me last week about Don Mattingly. He was going through some cards, so definitely gonna have to check that one out too. So, but no, just wanted to share that. I thought that was a cool story since it's kind of Chippewa Valley, Western Wisconsin sort of thing. So if you got any of those, might want to double check your collections, peeps. You might be sitting on a nice payday if you got any Andy Pafko cards, 1952 tops. So might have thought it was pretty cool just because he's, local kid and such. But yeah, go check it out. All right. What else do we got on the docket here? We've got we'll talk some combine stuff coming up a little bit later on in that. So we'll hit that up and get to that. But hoops wise, last night, Bucks with a nice win. Kevin Porter Jr. balling out last night for the Bucks. I mean, the dude, 32 points to match his season high. Nearly a triple-double, 7 rebounds, 7 assists. Leading the charge, Ryan Rollins, 21 points. Kyle Kuzma helping out with 19. Bobby Portis coming off the bench and contributing 21 points. When we look at the backcourt duo of Kevin Porter Jr. and Ryan Rollins, what they have done for this team so far with Giannis missing extended amount of time throughout this season. Ryan Rollins, 17.2 points per game, 4.6 rebounds per game, 5.4 assists per game. Kevin Porter Jr., 18.2 points per game, 5.1 rebounds per game, 7.6 assists per game. When we look at these two guys, these two younger players, actually, Kevin Porter Jr. is actually, I keep reminding myself, he was drafted in 2019. Ryan Rollins was a second-round pick in 2022. But when you look at these two guys and these two in the backcourt, I know the easy question that we could throw out there and say is, well, is this the best backcourt in the NBA? I don't want to go down that path. But is this something that the Bucks can, I don't know if this is the right word I want to put around it, build on between Rollins and Porter Jr.? You throw in a little, that's the thing, too. We really haven't seen Kevin Porter Jr., Giannis, and Rollins together for a lot of games this year. Like, on a surface, you would think if everybody's healthy, you throw Miles Turner in as the big, you throw Giannis in there. Maybe playing at the 4, 3, whatever, and then you got these two in the backcourt. Stat-wise, it numbers-wise, it shows, okay, that's fairly decent. You got Cam Thomas coming off the bench then. The thing is, when you look at this Bucks roster, I mean, they've got contributors. They've got guys and that. It's just, for whatever reason, it's not all clicking. Is it coaching? Is it, injuries? Is it just, the back and forth of Giannis not being able to stay healthy and be out there on that court? I mean, it's probably a lot of different things. I'm curious with, Dang moving forward. Does he maybe kind of crack that starting lineup too? There is some youth and there is some intriguing options, I think, for the Bucks going forward after this season. Kind of taking a look at it. I don't know what the future is going to be like with Giannis and such, but I don't know. Kevin Porter Jr. and Ryan Rollins have really, I think, in a season that has been incredibly disappointing for a lot of Bucks fans, more ways than one. You look at what Ryan Rollins and Kevin Porter Jr. have done for this team, I would say they are easily the biggest bright spots, the biggest positives coming for this Bucks team. And Ryan Rollins is under contract here for a couple of years yet. And his cap hit, I mean, he signed a 3-year, $12 million contract. So he's got a player option in 2027 with, at this pace, he's probably going to opt out of. But he's only 23 right now. You look at Kevin Porter Jr. and just kind of curious what his cap hit is. So he's got so he's got a player option this offseason. I would imagine he's probably going to opt out of that and try to get a nice payday. Why wouldn't you? But man, if they could keep him around, and he's only 25 right here too. I'd love to see these two guys stick around and have this backcourt between these two. But man, it would be nice if Giannis comes back, if they could all just stay healthy and see what you got with these three. You throw a little Miles Turner in down low and such. I don't know if we're going to have enough time to see that this season, though, to be honest with you. So, but if Bucks could get the win tonight against a very tough Cavaliers team, a Cavs team that has had this Bucks number for the last couple of years, boy, I hope that the Bucks could just run with that, take that momentum, and run with it. You get a victory tonight. You got the Knicks coming up. You've got Boston next week and such. You have got to ride that momentum. You just got to take it, and you've got to run with it. It's going to be incredibly difficult. It's going to be incredibly tough for them to do so. But, man, try to get that momentum. Try to stack that success. They're 7-3 in their last 10. You can get a signature win tonight by taking down the Cavs, especially without Giannis. All right, we got to take a quick break. We'll talk some Badger hoops coming up. 4 games left to go in the regular season. What are some of the updated bracketology stuff out there when it comes to the Badgers? We'll hit that up as well. Quick break, but we'll be right back after these few words. Coming up Friday, March 20th, we're going to be hanging out at the VFW Post 305. Going to be doing the program over there, and then it's a little hoops skip day. So if you're looking for somewhere to watch basketball all day long, we'll be posted up at the VFW Post 305 watching some college hoops. We'll have some free Busch Lights until it goes out. All right, so if you want a little free beer and such. And some other fun activities, surprises, including maybe giving away some Brewers tickets and such. You can hang out with us at the VFW Post 305. All that fun starts at 11. But again, we'll do the show over there from VFW Post 305 that Friday morning. So mark it on your calendars. Friday, March 20th, coming up here before you know it. Speaking of college hoops, college basketball, the Wisconsin Badger basketball team back in action tonight. It's going to be a late one going up against Oregon. 4 games left to go in the regular season here for the Badgers. Oregon tonight, Washington this weekend. Back home, final regular season home game against Maryland, and then they wrap up their season on March 7th going up against the Purdue Boilermakers. If you're looking at it for quads and resume builders and such, Wisconsin, their Purdue game and their Washington game are considered quad 1 games. So quad 2 is Oregon, quad 3 versus Maryland. Wisconsin's record: quad 1 5-7, quad 2 5-1, quad 3 3-0, quad 4 games 6-0. Obviously, if they can get more quad 1 wins, it is a quad 2 game against Oregon, so that would boost up their resume a little bit here too. But obviously, if you look at it, the most important games. The 2 most important games for Wisconsin, these final 4, is going to be at Washington and at Purdue. So where is the latest projections in terms of the brackets for Wisconsin? Where are they projected at for all the bracketology and such? Joel Lenardi, ESPN has Wisconsin, his latest one, as a 7th seed. He's got him as a 7 seed. CBS has him as a 6 seed. It seems like right now, depending on the site that you're looking at, I think Field 68 had him as a 6 seed and such, but it's between 6 and a 7. With just 4 games left to go in this regular season, it feels like they have a shot to maybe get to a 5. I did see Tennessee was listed as a 5, and Tennessee just lost. So, I mean, there is an opportunity there, I think, for Wisconsin to potentially get up to a 5, and I think that's probably the ceiling. That's probably the best they can get. Here's a good breakdown from Badger Blitz of where some of the bracketologies have Wisconsin. On 3 has Wisconsin as a 7 seed. CBS Sports has them as a 6 seed. Field of 68 has them as a 6 seed. Andy Katz from NCAA.com has Wisconsin as a 6 seed. ESPN, Joel Lenardi, as we mentioned, 7 seed. So, again, it's between 6 and 7. But if they get a win against Purdue, if they take care of their business like tonight against Oregon, get a win against Washington, another quad 1 win, take care of their business against Maryland, and it sets up that matchup with Purdue. I think if they win their next 3, they're probably a solid 6 seed, just in my opinion. They're probably a solid 6 seed. But if they get a win against Purdue before they get into the Big Ten Conference tournament, I think that puts them into a 5 seed. And they could solidify that spot depending on how they do in a conference tournament. Now, if, let's say, they win their next 4 games, let's say they do that, and let's say they win the Big Ten Conference tournament, then, yeah, there probably is an opportunity. There probably is a path that they could get a 4 seed. So, never say never. I mean, that would be incredibly difficult, but, I mean, think about it. If they win their next 4, which includes a win at Purdue, and they go into that Big Ten Conference tournament, and they win it, and they would probably, a mixture of some of these teams that they would have to beat to win that Big Ten Conference tournament. Michigan, Michigan State, Nebraska, Purdue. Illinois. It would be a combination of some of those. Those are big-time wins, signature wins. So, yeah, I mean, if they win the rest of their games throughout this regular season in the conference tournament, they probably do get up to a 4 at that point. But if I had to put anything down, I think they're going to end up being a 6 seed when it comes to this tournament. I know Lenardi is kind of the main one out there, or maybe the most popular one. That's a lot of people go out there and use. And just kind of looking at his latest his latest field, his 1 seeds, he's got Duke, Michigan, UConn, Arizona. The 2 seeds in this, he's going to roll with. Excuse me. He's got Houston, Illinois, Purdue, Iowa State. SEC's got the most number of teams in the bracket. SEC's got 11. Big Ten, he's got 9. But the first 4 out that he has listed are Ohio State, USC. Those would be 2 more Big Ten teams on there. So there's that potential that they could get in there. Indiana, he has barely getting in. UCLA, he's got barely getting in too. Last 4 buys. So, yeah, Big Ten, I think you could see anywhere from 9 to 11. I think it's that range. I think Ohio State, USC could potentially sneak in there too. But those are the teams, those bubble teams, when it comes to conference tournaments and such, they need those favorites to win those conference tournaments. Otherwise, that's going to take away some at-large bids. You know, like let's say, for example, trying to think for Big Ten, somehow, some way, like a Washington goes and wins the Big Ten conference. I'm using an example here. Well, then those bubble teams like a Ohio State or a USC, they don't want that to happen, because then that means, they got to give an at-large to a Michigan and, you know, a Purdue and Illinois and Nebraska, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they don't want that to happen. But, all right. Tip time for tonight, 10 p.m. Going to be a late one. If you want to watch it, got to listen to it, you want to follow it, you're going to have to stay up late. You're going to have to put up the coffee. You're going to have to get an energy drink or something like that. You're going to have to do that. So let's take a quick break. We'll get back to some more football talk here. Gutey Kent's presser yesterday at the Combine. What did he say? Some highlights and such. We'll go through that and get your reactions. So quick break, but we'll be right back in just a couple minutes. In the market for a new vehicle, or maybe you're checking out some high-quality used vehicles, look no further than our good friends at Toyson Ford. Toyson Ford is proud to serve the drivers of Chippewa Falls, the Chippewa Valley, with some of the most popular vehicles around Wisconsin and the country. They're committed to giving drivers from across the Chippewa Valley the best in customer service with a top-notch selection of brand new vehicles to choose from. From the moment you step into their showroom, you're more than just a customer. You're an honored guest, and their only aim is to serve your needs to the fullest. So check them out today. You could go to their website, toysonford.net, or stop by and chat with the friendly folks at Toyson Ford at 1000 Chippewa Crossing Boulevard in Chippewa Falls. Combine week continues to roll along. Brian Gutekunst, the Packers general manager, speaking to the media yesterday. And, we get the clips and we get the sound bites and such. I think, honestly, the thing that probably, or a couple of them that maybe stood out to me the most from Gutey. And the thing is, when we get to this general manager speak stuff or even coach speak stuff, we don't know what to believe or who to believe or that sort of stuff. We don't know. But we try to, maybe catch tone, right? That's where it's like, okay, that doesn't sound very good, or that sounds really, like, okay, that he's out of it, that sort of thing. And when it came to Rashawn Gary yesterday, that was probably the big, outside the Rich Bisaccia one, where Gutey has essentially said the decision from Rich Bisaccia to step down surprised everybody within the organization, which, I mean, again, if you go back to Gutey's presser from a couple weeks ago, his season-ending presser, it painted the picture that Rich Bisaccia was going to be back. So it's no surprise. So the other one was Rashawn Gary. Rashawn Gary is probably, between him and Elton Jenkins, the biggest decision that Green Bay has to do or has to make this offseason. And what he said about Rashawn Gary has probably gotten the most feedback from a lot of fans, at least on social media. And I think we got to look at the whole quote here, too, because I think a lot of people are saying, well, he makes it sound like that he's going to be back. I slightly disagree with that. Because his quote is, he's on our roster, and I expect him to play at that level or higher if he's back next year. We'll see how it goes. That, to me, does not signal that, oh, yep, it sounds like Rashawn Gary's for sure coming back. I see a lot of people saying, oh, it makes it, Gutey kind of makes it sound like Gary's gonna be back. He literally says, if he's back next year, we'll see. That's like a parent telling your kid, when your kid wants something, wants to go to Mickey D's, or he wants this new toy, we'll see how your attitude is. When you're a kid and you hear the word "we'll see" or the phrase "we'll see," I don't know about the rest of you, but my kid automatically knows that's probably a no, or that's more likely a no. "We'll see" means no. So I'm not quite sure where a lot of the social media people out there are like, ooh, is there? Sure, the door's open, probably. But I think it is going to have to take, there is no way is Green Bay going to bring back Rashawn Gary on his current structure, on the current deal that he has. There's just no way that is happening. It can't. It can't happen. I don't see it happening. It would be dumb if they don't do anything and just say, yep, bring it back, no adjustment to the contract, nothing like that. That's ridiculous. So what are the options? I think Bill Huber laid them out really well in his latest piece. from Sports Illustrated. Well, I think the best, he said the best one, and I think this would be the best one for perhaps both sides. Rashad takes a pay cut, has a new deal, but it's got a lot of incentives for him to potentially get back that money he would lose, or maybe even earn more, a la Preston Smith from a couple years ago. Now, Rashawn Gary would have to agree to that. And for one person, if you say, well, why would he agree to that? Well, if he does get cut, then there's the uncertainty of what he would get on the open market contract-wise. Because he probably wouldn't get that contract with all of those incentives that maybe Green Bay would offer him. And, just familiarity, all that sort of stuff. That might be an option. He probably doesn't want to take a pay cut. Nobody wants to take a pay cut, right? No, we want guaranteed what we're going to get. It's easy for us in our positions to tell these pro athletes, hey, you got to take a pay cut. Nobody wants to take a pay cut. Nobody. But not everybody also has the option to earn that money back, right? A lot of us, we take a pay cut, we're probably not going to get the option to earn it back based off performance and such. Rashawn could, if that's an option, if that's a legit option on the table. Another option is just to completely move on, split up the dead cap hit. You got to open up some cap space. And maybe you just roll with Lucas Van Ness, Micah Parsons, Barron Sorrell, Colin Oliver. Yeah, I could see that happening too. Another option could be moving on from Rashad Gary, using that extra money to re-sign Enoch Barre. Enoch Barre is going to get a pay raise, whether it's with Green Bay or somebody else. He's going to get a pay raise. The other option then is, not bringing back Enoch Barre, not bringing back Rashawn Gary, and then maybe going to the open market and try to find somebody else, whether it's like a Bradley Chubb or somebody else out there. I tend to put that one probably at a 4. If I were to look at the 4 options, I'd probably rate that one as the lowest possibility of happening. When I say bringing somebody in the free agent market, I'm talking about bringing in a starter, okay? Not like a depth piece that's coming off the bench. Right? I'm putting that one as a 4. And then, honestly, the pay cut one, I'm probably putting at a 3. That one I'd be really open to. I just feel like the likeliness of that happening is probably not going to work out, to be fair. Could be completely wrong, could be surprised. And then I think it's between 1 and 2 for the other ones of like, okay, moving on from Gary and then signing Enoch Barre, or moving on from Gary and then moving on from Enoch Barre too. So it's a lot is good. I think, they've been having these discussions. They've been having these talks. We know this, right? And we're going to find out here in the next couple of weeks, less than a couple of weeks, because they got to get under the cap before the league year and all that sort of stuff. I guess if we had to throw out a potential of who would you rather have back if money wasn't an object, is it Gary or Elton Jenkins? Honestly, I'd probably go Elton Jenkins, but keep him at guard and not have him at center. But then I don't think that's good because they got Aaron Banks. It's just, oh, man. I don't know where they roll with this, to be honest with you. So that was one thing that kind of stood out takeaway-wise. You talk about a statement of, like, okay, that for sure means something. You look at what Gutey said yesterday about Josh Jacobs. Obviously, Josh, because there's been some speculation out there, could Josh Jacobs be a cap casualty because of his cap number? Gutey said, obviously, Josh played really well for us last year. Major part of our football team. Very durable, tough. Yeah, he's a very important cog in what we're trying to do here. That's different than saying he's on our roster. We'll see how it goes. No, that's a different. He did put the whole, yep, Josh is on our roster. We expect him here sort of thing. No, that's different than what he said about Rashawn Gary. Josh Jacobs will be back. Might be under an extension or a revision of the contract to lower the cap hit, but he's going to be back. And I understand he kind of said similar things about Aaron Jones and that. So nothing's ever a guarantee in this thing. But if somebody said that about you compared to what he said about Rashawn Gary, you're probably feeling better about what he said about Josh Jacobs. Now, a couple other things. I mean, he said Jordan Morgan going to be left tackle. Even he said if Rasheed Walker is back, said Morgan's probably going to be the left tackle. So there you go. Running with it. Let's focus on practicing him there at left tackle, okay? Let's focus on that. The other part, and this was something that he talked about at his season-ending presser. And you could tell it was still grinding his gears. It was still bugging the ever-living crap out of him, is how the team finished and how they finished games. And he said, like I said, we've talked a lot about this, our ability to be more consistent in situational football and finishing off games. A number of our games the past couple of years, we've been up in these games and have just not been able to close them out. And our group, we've got to get to that point. I think we're on our way there. I really like the guys in our locker room. I like the makeup of our team, but that's an area that we have to fix. Is that more from coaching side? Is it player side? Honestly, if I was doing a little gauge, I'd probably say that's more from a coaching philosophical standpoint. But yeah, you still need your players to close out stuff and make plays to close out those games too. It's not all 100% on the coaching. You still need your players to do their part to close out some of those games too. And they got to make plays to do that. And really quick about Quay Walker. Again, this isn't probably the biggest ringing endorsement, which was a little bit of a different tone from last year. But he said, obviously, Walker's played very well for us in his time here and has been an exceptional leader, and losing him would be tough. I think we have the guys in-house that can play and fill in if that's not the case, but a lot of respect for Quay, and if we're able to get him back, I would be all for that. He also, on a different question, when asked about, which maybe position group you need more depth at, need to get better at, he mentioned secondary, which I think is corner specifically, but he also said inside linebacker. So, on one hand, he says, I think we got guys in-house that could play and fill in that role. And then on the other hand, he's like, yeah, we probably need more competition at inside linebacker. I get the sense that for when it comes to Quay, if the money fits, we're open to bringing him back, but I think they've got a number in mind, the max, and they're not going to go over that. They're not going to, bend over backwards to try to bring back Quay Walker. That's the sense that I get from those quotes. If it fits, maybe a 1-year type of deal or a very low per year, per cap sort of thing. Definitely different than last year. All right, let's take a quick break as we start to wrap up the third quarter. Plenty more to hit up. I want to get to some Brewers chat. Tyler Black, let's talk a little bit about that guy too. That's going to be coming up a little bit later on. We got about 7 minutes left to the top of the hour. Our good friend Zach's on YouTube saying, I really think they need to move on from Gary, free up some cap space, and let's be honest, the last few seasons he hasn't played to his fullest potential. Let me ask this. When it comes to Rashawn Gary, and I'm throwing this out for the rest of you to kind of give me your input and vote on, if you will. It's kind of another am I wrong? Am I wrong for thinking if Rashawn Gary maybe showed, and I hate saying this, but we can only gauge it based off of what we see, on TV or at the games. But if it looked like, am I wrong? If it looked like Rashawn Gary was maybe putting a little bit more effort or playing a majority of the snaps or hustling a little bit more, that maybe the narrative is a little bit different, or the outlook is a little bit different, or maybe the openness to having him back and bringing him back is a little bit more positive. Am I wrong like if, let's say, Rashawn Gary showed some more effort or looked like he was hustling, or because that seems to be the common or one of the most common complaints about Rashawn Gary. It's like, dude, hustle, finish off the play. Now, it's probably not, maybe it's not a great comparison because, you got Micah Parsons out there that's just out hustling, outperforming everybody and such, and he's just an athletic freak. So you put, like a Gary next to him, and it's like, okay, yeah, that dude's going to look like he's just getting, wiped off the floor. But if, Gary looked like he was trying more, or, he was working harder or anything like that, or playing more snaps, does the narrative change at all? Does it slightly change at all? Like, how much of it is just pure effort when it comes to Rashawn Gary? And I hate questioning effort. I hate questioning, commitment and such, specifically when we're basing it off of what we see on TV and such, because we don't know what exactly is going behind the scenes and such. So I hate doing that. I hate doing that on the player. But this is all we got to work with here. I wonder. And it's always been a bugaboo for me when it comes to Rashawn Gary, has been snap counts. And I know I mentioned it during the season too, but there was times, like the TV cameras would catch him. The head tap, right? Subbing out. I'm like, man, it feels like see that more so from him than almost any other player, it felt like. So let me bring up Rashawn Gary. Oof. All right. So these were his snap counts here, peeps. 70% week 1. 62% week 2. 67%. 62%. 62%. 62%. 68%. 71%. 60%. 54%. 73%. 70%. 57%. 59%. And then when there was no Micah Parsons, starting week 16, 58%, 45%, and then the playoff game, 56%. Heck, even the game that Micah Parsons tore his ACL, Rashawn Gary only played one more snap than Micah Parsons in that game. Micah Parsons already had more snaps in week 2 than Rashawn Gary. And he came on board late. Micah Parsons, 45, 68, 77, 68, 89, 71, 87, 91, 84, 85, 91, 90, 87, and then 58 in the game that he left. And remember, this was a guy who didn't do anything at training camp in preseason. How does that happen? How does that happen? Week 17, Rashawn Gary played 45% of the snaps. Kingsley Enagbare, 79% of the snaps. In that playoff game, Enagbare, 68%. Rashawn Gary, 56%. Yeah, man. You know what? I don't know. I don't know if I want to make that bold statement. I might make a bold statement here. Does Green Bay bring back Enoch Barry? I mean, you just got to look at. We talked about during the season too. Dude was getting more opportunities, getting more reps, and he's really solid at stopping the run. Just kind of look at that. So week 14, he played 56% of the snaps. Rashawn Gary 57. Week 15, Rashawn Gary 59. Kingsley Enoch Barry 57. And that was the game week 15 that Micah went out. Week 16, Enoch Barre, 67%. Rashawn Gary, 58%. 79% week 17. Gary, 45%. Neither one of them played week 18. And then so since when Micah Parsons went out, Enoch Barre was playing more reps than Rashawn Gary. You know? The other part in this thing, too, is, okay, let's say if we go back to a more traditional 3-4. Does Edwin Cooper move to that other outside kind of, do you utilize him blitzing and such, or do they kind of go, man, I'm really curious to see how, let's get to training camp and preseason before we get to that, but it's a thought. It's a thought. All right, 3 quarters in, one more to go here. Let's take a quick break. And we'll talk some baseball to kick off the next hour. Brewers picking up their first spring training win yesterday, but the player of the game yesterday was Tyler Black. It's been a while since we talked about him. What did he do yesterday? We'll hit that up. Coming up after these news updates. All right, final hour kicks off right now on this. I was going to say Friday morning. I think we all wish it was Friday morning. Wednesday morning here. Thanks for hanging out with us. Whether it's on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also available to stream up online at sportstalk1051.com. Got the app. Download that. Take it on the go. The video stream rocking and rolling on Man Cave TV. Zach over there, we were talking about Rashad Gary beforehand, saying I would 100% agree with that statement. I really liked Gary, but recently it looked like he was just giving up on plays. If he tried harder or played more, I'd keep him. It is also really hard to judge all that because, like you said, it's hard to know what's going on behind the scenes. But the lower snap counts is very questionable. That's the thing I always come back to is the snap counts. It's just that to me is the head scratcher is snap counts. I want my best players. I get rotations and keeping guys fresh and such. I understand that. But you also want your best players out there more times than not. You see the Micah Parsons out there 90% of the time. You see the TJ Watts up there. You see the Max Crosby snap counts up there. The Myles Garrett snap counts. I mean, they're all up there. Your best players are going to play the majority of time. And if snap counts tell us anything, I mean, what are we doing here then? And if it's in shape, I hate doing that too. But it's like, okay, where's getting tired that quick? I mean, it put a lot of effort into what play. It's just, I don't know. Conditioning? Do we have to question? I hate that. I hate having to do that. But what other reason is there? I always go back to those snap counts, and it's just, because here's the other thing, too. All right? Edrin Cooper, who didn't miss a single game this year, didn't play Week 18. Like they did play a lot. 100%, 99%, 100%, 100%. 100%, 97, 98, 100, 98, 99, 100, 98, 100, 99, 100, 100. And that playoff game, dude was balling out, and then what happens? He got hurt 55%. I mean, these corners, these safeties, they're chasing around these wide receivers and such. They're out there playing 100% of the snaps. So it's just, it's a big head scratcher for me. And I get it, bigger guys, that sort of thing, and maybe not as well conditioned as some of these other, like throwing in the corners in the secondaries. I completely understand that, and I completely get it. Okay, I understand it, but it's like, but still, I mean, for crying out loud, Carl Brooks was getting more snap counts than Rashawn Gary at this point. I keep going back then. It's just, I don't get it. I don't get it. So, all right, let's talk some baseball as we kick off the final hour here. So, Brewers will be back on the radio today. 2 o'clock coverage begins, 2:10 first pitch against the San Francisco Giants. But the Brewers picked up their first win yesterday at spring training, a 10-0 victory over the A's. And it was the Tyler Black game. 6 RBIs for Tyler Black with 3 for 3, including a home run, double. And he had a single that contributed to 3 runs, for crying out loud. So, Tyler Black to me has been a name that we have talked about for the Brewers for, gosh, it seems like forever. It's like just kind of waiting for him to crack that major league roster and stay up there. He's made an appearance. He's played a few games. He's got 57 career at-bats at the major league level, 12 career hits. He's a .211 career hitter at the major league level. So he's had some moments and such, but just hasn't been able to stick. And I know when the Brewers traded Caleb Durbin, his name was kind of mentioned, like, oh, hey, could he maybe be a part of that? Brewers have really focused, if you look at it, they've really focused on him getting more reps in the outfield and at first base. And we went through a little bit earlier. The last time he played any meaningful third base reps, you got to go back a couple years. So that doesn't seem to be an option at this point. But you kind of look at it, is his best opportunity, his best chance to make the roster, is it to unseat Jake Bauers? Because it feels like Bauers and Tyler Black are kind of playing the same role here a little bit. They're both lefty hitters. They're both getting time at first base and the outfield, splitting times between those two. So it feels like that's probably the best option for Tyler Black to crack that roster. And is he getting lost in the shuffle here? Because I feel like Tyler Black's become kind of the forgotten player, the forgotten prospect for the Brewers here. And it's just, I think you look at it from an opportunity standpoint. Andrew Vaughn's going to be the starting first baseman. He's going to get that first crack. It feels like Jake Bauers is going to be that backup left-handed power option coming off the bench. I mean, you look at the outfielders. It's Chirio. It's Frelick. It's Garrett Mitchell. It's Blake Perkins. It's going to be Yelich over there too. But hey, if Tyler Black can somehow, I shouldn't say if somehow, but if Tyler Black could go out there and put together a really good spring and an awesome spring, maybe he's got a shot to crack that opening day roster, and maybe that's by knocking out Jake Bauers. Possibly, but dude was on one yesterday, and for a guy that is trying to make that opening day roster, trying to be an everyday major league ball player, he's going to have more games like that. Yeah, last year he only played 5 games at the major league level. Just had 8 bats. Year before, had 18 games. I still think it's going to be an uphill battle for him. So, but we'll see. We'll see how the rest of spring goes. Brandon Woodruff update, by the way. Since we were talking a little bit about Brandon Woodruff yesterday, it sounds like he's close to getting his first spring training work in. According to Todd Rosiak yesterday, Brandon Woodruff is scheduled for a 2-up live BP session on March 1st, and then will begin game progression. Quote, on track to begin the season in the rotation. Now, does that mean he's going to be the opening day starter, which we kind of talked about yesterday? Still up in the air, I think. They're taking it slow. They're taking it a little bit cautious with Woodruff, but I would imagine, okay, if this live BP session goes well on the first, gets into game progression and such, yeah, probably. But this was from Dominic Carino, who we've had on the program before. This was back on Monday. Woodruff did face live hitters for about 26 pitches that began his spring training on the mound. So now we've got this coming up on March 1st, and then we'll progress it to some game action there too. So, but fingers crossed. Fingers crossed all goes well with Brandon Woodruff. I think we all kind of want to see Brandon Woodruff get the opening day nod, right? Not just because try to get the you obviously want to win, but it's the ceremonial part of it. It'd be cool to see Brandon Woodruff get that nod to get that start. Speaking of Brandon Woodruff, this was from Ken Rosenthal a couple hours ago in his latest piece from The Athletic. Apparently, the Braves tried to acquire Brandon Woodruff in the offseason. They were involved or rumored with Freddie Peralta and such, but apparently they checked in on Woodruff as well. Says here a little bit here from Ken Rosenthal's piece. The idea of adding a playoff caliber starter earlier in the offseason before Schwellenbach got hurt was to knock Lopez down to the 5th spot. Brandon Woodruff and Sonny Gray were among the pitchers the Braves pursued, according to people briefed on the Braves' activity. They also checked in on righty Freddie Peralta, before the NL East rival Mets acquired him from the Brewers. Woodruff, a free agent, would have cost the Braves a 26th pick in the draft if he rejected a qualifying offer from the Brewers. Ultimately, he accepted the one-year, $22 million offer to remain in Milwaukee. If things go south for the Brewers this season, and by south, meaning it's obvious that maybe they're not going to head to the playoffs. They're not going to get to the postseason. And let's say Brandon Woodruff is healthy and he's pitching well. Could he be a trade candidate? I think so. Absolutely, I think so. If it's clearly evident that by the trade deadline, the Brewers are not going to be a postseason contender, would a team that is trying to get to postseason that needs a starter and you've got a veteran like Woodruff there available, yeah, he's got a fairly high price tag for this year, but if he's healthy and he's pitching well, I definitely could see him being shipped off at some point this season if the Brewers are not in contention. Because of the almost backlog of other younger arms that they have at the minor league level at this point. I hope we don't have to talk about that when we get to the summer or we get to the season, because if we get to that point, it means obviously it's not been a very good season for the Crew. But that's got to be in there, right? It would have been the same thing if the Brewers didn't trade Freddie Peralta and they went in this year with Peralta. He would have been a possible trade candidate, would have been talked about if the Brewers weren't playing well at all. And I can see the same thing with Woodruff, especially with the Brewers being loaded with so many younger, controllable arms too. But hopefully we don't have to talk about that. Hopefully we're talking about a Brewers team that is still in that playoff chase and that division chase too. So, all right. We got to take a quick break. Plenty more to get to, though. We'll be back after these quick words. Hunting season will be here before you know it, and that preparation starts right now at Tilden Gun. They know serious hunters don't wait until opening day to get ready. Whether you're gearing up for the upcoming spring turkey season or planning ahead for fall, now is the time to make sure your equipment is dialed in. From shotguns and rifles to optics, ammunition, and must-have accessories, Tilden Gun has the selection and expertise to help you step into the woods with confidence. Maybe it's time to upgrade your setup. Maybe it's time to sight in that new optic, or maybe it's just stock it up so you're not scrambling later. Turkey season demands precision, patience, and preparation. So stop out into Tilden Gun and talk with people who understand the hunt because they live it too. Tilden Gun, get ready now so that you're ready when it matters the most. So, all right, we got some hoops tonight. Badger basketball, 4 games left to go in the regular season. West Coast against Oregon. It's going to be a late one. Then you got the Bucks with a big one tonight going up against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Tip time is going to be at 7 p.m. You can catch that game right here on the radio dials of 105.1 FM and 790 AM. Not quite at the completion of the third quarter of the season if we do it based off of, the number of games and such, but we're getting close, and I think at the end of the week is going to be a good indicator on maybe when Giannis is going to be coming back here too, because he's getting those workouts in. We mentioned it the other day. He's been doing some 3-on-3. He's been doing some 4-on-4 stuff according to Doc Rivers. He's got to do some 5-on-5, but it seems like it's inching just a little bit closer and closer. And I don't know. I feel like if somehow the Bucks can get a win tonight, and I know they got the Knicks coming up here too, and these are 2 teams that have really had the Bucks number over the last couple of years. If they could somehow pick up these wins against those 2 teams, then I think let's go. Let's go. Let's get Giannis back and let's get this thing rolling here. It's going to be really tough to do, though. I mean, really tough. Maybe next week. Maybe next week we could get the Greek Freak back on the court, but it'd feel a lot better if you could somehow get some of these big-time wins when he does come back and put yourself in a little bit of a better spot. But Bucks are still 1.5 games out from that final play-in spot with the the Charlotte Hornets and such. So they're gonna need, they got to take care of their own business, but they really need to get some help too. They need some of those teams ahead of them to start flipping losing, so the Bucks can try to catch up to them and make up some of the ground. So what is going on here? I'm trying to get a Giannis update, but that thing's not loaded because there was what the heck is going on with my computer here? So no, it doesn't sound like he's going to be playing in tonight's game, if anybody's wondering. So somebody had said that we saw that the Bucks are better than the Heat when Giannis isn't even on there. Why would Giannis want to go there again? So yeah, I mean that's fair. So, but catching up on a couple other messages here with the Bucks. I saw somebody mention, are the Bucks better without yet? I hope no. I just, the thing is, we're seeing some awesome play from Ryan Rollins and Kevin Porter Jr. this year. Are they superstars? Are they players that can carry a team? Right now, probably not. I don't know. I think it's still early. I don't want to crown them yet. I don't want to call them franchise players. They're having really good years this year. And they're helping keep the Bucks maybe at head above water at this point with Giannis missing all of this time. I want to see those two and Giannis, those 3, like, play some dang games together, more than just a handful. I want to see them play a lot of games together. And we're running out of time to potentially see that. But you look at what Rollins and Kevin Porter Jr. have done this year. those two, to me, I know Ryan Rollins was getting more of the mention for it, but if you talk about most improved player, it's got to be those two leading the charge. What probably hurts Kevin Porter Jr.'s case a little bit is that last year, with the Bucks last year, he averaged 11.7 points per game, and he has been a guy. I mean, it wasn't that long ago, just a few years ago, he was averaging 19 points per game. It was with the Houston Rockets. So that's probably what's going to hurt his case a little bit. Whereas you look at Ryan Rollins, and you're like, this guy just took a massive leap. 6.2 points per game last year, up to 17.2 this year. So I want to see Rollins and Porter Jr. and Giannis on the court at the same time for more than just a handful of games here and see what they got, if they got a little bit of something there. You know, Miles Turner, too, I know he's never been a big scorer. You know, he hasn't been a guy that's going to average 25 to 27 points per game. He's never averaged 20 points per game in a single season. But I think it's fair to say that has been a disappointing acquisition so far this season. He's averaging just 12.5 points per game. He's averaging 5.7 rebounds per game, which is a career low. It's his lowest since he was a rookie in 2015 when he averaged 5.5 rebounds per game. And without Giannis and such, again, I know he's not the biggest offensive player, offensive threat, but you look at what he's been able to bring to the table, and I think we can say right now it has been a disappointing year. It's been a really disappointing year. Shooting about 38% from three, which it is higher than his career average. He's about a 36.5% three-point shooter. But, you know, it's even though he's not the biggest offensive threat, with no Giannis, they need a little bit more from him. And I know he was banged up for a little bit and such, but, I mean, last night against Miami, played 19 minutes. 19 minutes, attempted 5 shots, scored 2 points. In the loss to Toronto, he had 14. Before that in Orlando, the win in Orlando, he had 5 points. The loss in Orlando, he had 13 points. It's like he's put up numbers in the losses, but when they're actually winning games, he's kind of a non-contributor. So it's been, and I, last few years, I was like, man, Miles Turner would be a fun addition to this Bucks team. He's kind of a big you can stretch the floor with, maybe could defend outside the perimeter. And I know you're bringing him in mostly for probably your defense and such, but I still think it's been a disappointment. And I don't know if that's because Giannis, he hasn't been on the court with Giannis a ton this year, if that's been such a huge effect, but man, would have liked to have seen a little bit more from him. I mean, this is the lowest amount he's been, and maybe we just put too much into his last 3 years with the Pacers. You know, 2022, he averaged 18. Year after that was 17. Last year, nearly 16 points per game. And now he's at 12.5, and he's a career 14 points per game guy. Maybe we just put too high of an expectation, too high of I don't know. Maybe I'm just the one that put too much of an expectation on him, but yeah. All right, we got to take a quick break. Plenty more to get to, though. We'll be right back after these quick words. You looking for, let's start that again. Are you looking for affordable, reliable auto parts? Well, then you need to start with the experts who know vehicles inside and out. At ASAP Used Auto Parts and Conrad's Auto Salvage, you'll find quality recycled parts that keep your vehicle running without breaking the bank. Engines, transmissions, body parts, hard to find components. If you need it, chances are they have got it. Their knowledgeable team helps you find the right part fast, saving you time and money. Whether you are a do-it-yourselfer, a repair shop, or just trying to extend the life of your ride, trust the local pros. ASAP Used Auto Parts and Conrad's Auto Salvage. From salvage to service, one name that you can trust. So, obviously, Combine Week is going on here and such, and you've got some coaches that are talking. You got some of most of the GMs doing the talking and such. I'd be curious to hear from any Vikings fans right now, because their acting GM yesterday, kind of said it might take a little bit longer for JJ McCarthy maybe to develop into the quarterback that that franchise quarterback that they're hoping for. So now it bodes to the question: do the Vikings make a move this offseason for a veteran, and who is it going to be? Who is it going to be? Who do you make that move for? Is it Kirk Cousins? That's what ESPN thinks. They predicted all 32 NFL starting quarterback positions. For the Browns, they've got Kyler Murray. Dolphins is Malik Willis. Vikings, it's Kirk Cousins, because the Falcons are going to release Kirk Cousins at the start of the new league year. Spencer Rattler is going to be the starter for the Jets, they're predicting. Colts, early season injury stand-in, Gardner Minshew. Kansas City, Marcus Mariota. Decent bet they listed. What did they have for the Vikings ones? Are those looking for someone new? Okay. For Arizona, they got Jacoby Brissett. Atlanta, Michael Penix. Aaron Rodgers for the Steelers. And then, nothing different outside of everything else. So I'm just kind of quickly scrolling through here. Yeah, Raiders, Mendoza, because that'd be their pick and such. So, but if you are a Vikings fan, do you want to bring back Kirk Cousins and maybe have Kirk Cousins be that starter again for next year? Is it a different quarterback out there? This was actually from Kevin O'Connell, too. Kevin O'Connell says it's just the timeline is in a different place for all of us than it was at that point, talking about JJ McCarthy. And we have a responsibility collectively as we put together this team to make sure that we use the data that we have at this time and the experiences we have, the feelings that we've had at different times as an organization. All right. Kind of interesting quote there, but yeah, their acting general manager, Brzezinski, said, what we do know is we need a level of baseline quarterback play for us to be effective. A lot of this has been JJ in unfortunate situations with some of the injuries and things that he's dealt with, but we're going to explore every opportunity, and I don't think there's anything specifically we're looking for. We can't manufacture anything that's not there. So, number one, what are the options? Is it reciprocal? Is it financially doable? All those things. There's just a lot of factors that go into it. Exploring all possibilities to improve the quarterback room. So I'd be curious to hear him. We'll ask Brandon, I guess, on Friday, and maybe even Dr. Crow when he's on for a little inside the training room. What would they like to see? What would they like to see their team do at that quarterback position? I am really curious to see when we get to free agency and the offseason coming up here in a couple of weeks with the NFL, the quarterback movement, not only from free agents, but quarterbacks that I think teams want to trade. Tua, Kyler Murray. They're currently still on the roster. John Eric Sullivan, yesterday, GM for the Dolphins, former Packers guy, said all options are on the table. And then Malik Willis, where is he going to go? What about some of the, like Aaron Rodgers? If Aaron Rodgers coming back, it's going to be for the Steelers. I saw one prediction that's just ridiculous, like Arizona. Somebody, I think it was like Fox Sports or somebody, maybe it was a blog. But they had, their prediction was Rodgers to Arizona. I'm like, okay, I get the Nathaniel Hackett offensive coordinator over there and LaFleur being the head coach, but I mean, come on. Is Aaron Rodgers really going to spend maybe his final year in Arizona in that division without a chance to win? No, I don't think so. If he's back, it's Pittsburgh. I don't think it's Minnesota either. But it is, I'm, and then you factor in the draft with the Raiders, they're going to get a quarterback. You throw in the Browns situation, Deshaun, Shador. There's a lot of intriguing kind of quarterback options out there. What do these teams do? And yeah, you throw in the Chiefs too. Obviously, you know, with the Patrick Mahomes thing, they're hoping that he's going to be ready. And, you know, everything you hear and say that he says he's going to be ready week one and ready to go and such. But what if it's not? You got to prepare for that. You have to prepare for the possibility that he is not going to be ready for week one. So what's that next best option? Is it Marcus Mariota? Is it bringing him in? Is it somebody else? What is it? Because whoever they bring in, they know they're not going to be, you know, the long-term starter, of course. So it's got to be that quarterback that understands their role. Yeah. So I'm really curious. I'm kind of fascinated, just as a football fan, as a sports fan in general, to see how the quarterback situation plays out this offseason with all these moving parts. And yeah, Kyler and Tua, who would trade for those players? And I'm not trying to knock the players themselves, but I mean, you factor in the cap hits and you factor in the amount of money that they're scheduled to make and such. I think for that to happen, Miami would have to eat a lot of that salary. You'd have to find a team like the Browns were to get Deshaun Watson, and it's just, yeah, you'd have to find that one team that maybe just uber desperate and they think that they can make this into an all-pro quarterback situation. You know, Kyler Murray wasn't that far removed that people thought, you know, MVP candidate. I just wonder if he's in a really good situation, could he exceed? If I had to pick between the two, between Kyler and Tua, I'd probably still pick Kyler. You know, I feel like if Kyler Murray was in a really good situation, by that meaning offensive line, a great play caller, you know, a couple weapons around him, I think he could be still a successful quarterback in this league. I think if he was put in the right situation, he still has a chance to be successful. Tua's shown moments, right? He's shown stuff, but it's then, yeah, you do have to factor in, I think, the concussion history and such when it comes to Tua and how much you want to invest in that. But I'm trying to think of the team that I'd like to see Kyler Murray go to. That'd be kind of fun to watch him. A team that needs a quarterback, though, too. And the other name here, too, I know the 49ers said they're in no rush, but, I mean, it just takes one good offer. What if there's a team willing to give a second-round pick for Mac Jones? Is there that team out there that's saying, hey, we'll give you a second-round pick for Mac Jones? Do the 49ers say no to that? Maybe they say no to that because, hey, we saw how valuable it was to have a backup quarterback, injuries to Brock Purdy, we just want to protect ourselves. Or do they kind of, hey, based off our history, we're pretty good at developing quarterbacks, so whoever we bring in as our backup, we're going to be confident that we can, you know, if they got to go out there and start some games and play some games, that they're going to win some ball games for us. That's the other player in this quarterback thing, too. That, you know, what if somebody comes in with a decent draft compensation for Mac Jones? Do the 49ers say, okay, yeah, here you go? I don't know. It's going to be fun. It's going to be wild, though, I think, too. So, all right, let's take our final break as we start to wrap up things. We've got some picks coming up here. Bucks, Cavs. Can the Bucks pull off the upset tonight? Can they take down the Cavs? A Cavs team that has had the Bucks number for the last couple of years. Can they do it? What do you think? I'll make my pick along with some other ones coming up after these few words. There will be a brand new spanking episode of the Man Cave podcast coming your way later on today. We've had new episodes each day this week. That's the goal. New episodes every single day on that Man Cave podcast. So check it out on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. And you can check out the video version of it as well on our YouTube channel, Man Cave TV. So go over there and subscribe to the channel as well. I know this really quick before we get to picks and such. But this was announced a couple days ago, and I think it's just tip of the cap to Sean McVay, bringing in Cliff Kingsbury as his assistant head coach. I think that was such a smart move. I think that was such a. I would like to see Matt LaFleur do something similar to that, and that's something that, excuse me, we talked about after Rich Bisaccia left. Because he had the assistant head coach title. Would Matt LaFleur look at bringing in somebody else just for that assistant head coach role? A veteran voice, maybe a coach that's been around for a little bit. I'd like to see that happen. And I think that's the thing here, too. In a world and a sport that's full of ego, okay? You got Sean McVay, an offensive mind. He's got his system. Cliff Kingsbury, offensive mind. Former head coach, he's got his system. They're teaming up. And I'd like to see Matt LaFleur kind of do something like that too. I would have liked to have seen that. Maybe we're still going to get news on that and such, but that's something I would really like to see go for is and I don't know exactly what Cliff Kingsbury's role is going to be. I know, they also have, Rams also have their offensive coordinator and such, but yeah, I'd like to see that. Also yesterday for the Combine, too, which was a little bit of a surprise, Sean Payton's not calling plays anymore. He has always called plays. Going back to his Saints days, he's given up play calling. Davis Webb, their new offensive coordinator, going to be calling plays. So that was a little bit surprising, too. Again, you talk about an ego business and such, and ego sports. But kudos to Sean McVay. I think that was such an awesome move. And, yeah, I'd like to see LaFleur do something similar to that or at least bring in a veteran as assistant head coach. I did see Mike, another report that the Broncos apparently chatted with Mike Zimmer about a role, like a senior role on staff. I don't know if that'd be like an assistant head coach type of role either, but no, I'd like to see Green Bay do something similar. But all right, let's do some picks as we start to wrap up this Wednesday show. We'll go to the NBA world. We've got OKC versus Detroit. That's a heck of a game. The West best versus East best. It's going to be in Detroit. You know what? I'm going to go with the Pistons. I'm a little surprised that the line is that high, 7.5 for the Pistons, but I'll go with the Pistons. Another good matchup. We got Spurs taking out Toronto. I'll go with the Spurs for this one. Gold State at Memphis. Give me Gold State. Sacramento at Houston. I'll roll with the Rockets. Boston at Denver. I'll go with Denver in this one. Another good game. And then Cleveland at Milwaukee. I picked Milwaukee last night, even though Miami was a big favorite. Like 7-point favorite, I think it was. I can't do it again tonight, though. I'm going to go with Cleveland. But, man, that would be huge if somehow the Bucks would come away with a victory. Oh, could we get it done? Let's do some college basketball picks. We got a fun one with St. John's and UConn. Rick Pitino, Dan Hurley going back and forth. You remember, was it last year? I think it was last year. Rick Pitino kind of making some comments off, passive-aggressive comments about Hurley and such, how he gets animated, works with the officials and that. So, should be a fun one. It's at UConn. I'm going to go UConn getting the W for that game. So that's probably the game of the night. See the rumor, too, now Xavier, speaking of Petito, Richard Petito, who's his first year at Xavier, there's talk about him potentially going to Providence next year, jumping ship after just 1 year, for crying out loud. Man. We got Wisconsin at Oregon tonight. Wisconsin is favored by 4.5. Wisconsin, you better win. I'm picking you, but you got to win tonight's game. Got to win these games. Just have to. So I'll go with Wisconsin getting the W. Late one tonight, 10 p.m. tip time for the Badgers. So, what are some other? Florida at Texas. Florida. I'm going to pick that one too. So, all right. Just a few minutes left to the top of the hour. So, coming up tomorrow, it is a Takeover Thursday. Here is your homework assignments, okay? Here's your homework assignments. Start to work on them. Topics that we should hit up tomorrow. Give me some suggestions, okay? You got a topic in mind. You've got, maybe something you saw somewhere like, hey, let's discuss this one. Let's talk about this. Send it on over. All right, you are the producers for tomorrow. You come up with the topics for tomorrow. Send those puppies on over for a Takeover Thursday. We'll chat with Jake Boakes for our Tailgates Outdoors segment coming up at 8:30. So, again, if you have questions for Jake, our DNR warden buddy, send those on over so we can get those to Jake. So, think about it for a little bit. Send them on over. Also, enough is enough. What's a story? What's a narrative? What's an opinion? Sports world where you're just like, man, enough is enough. Enough's enough with that. Best ones we'll read up on the air too. So send those on over. Participate in the program tomorrow. So those are your homework assignments again. All right. It is think of some topics. It's your day. It's your day to shine. Your time to shine tomorrow. Be the producer. What should we be talking about tomorrow? We'll do our Enough is Enough. Come up with some good ones over there. And then questions for Mr. Jake Boakes, Conservation Warden for the state of Wisconsin. So send those on over too. So let's what else do we got over here? Oh, no, I thought we had something on Twitter. Breaking and such. So, all right. Ouch. I just hit my hand on the mic. I apologize for that. Again, reminder, today we will have Brewers game on the radio dials. Coverage will begin at 2 o'clock. First pitch around 2:10. Brewers will be taking on the San Francisco Giants. So on the radio dials, you got to tune in 105.1 FM, 790 AM. And then tonight, 6:30 coverage will begin for the Bucks game against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Same thing, radio dials. Tip time will be a little bit after 7. And then late tonight, if you are going to stay up late and watch it, you've got that Badgers game. Tip time at 10 p.m. We talked a little bit about the Badgers, too. Latest bracketologies. They're between 6 and 7 right now. So that's kind of where they're at here. It's considered a quad 2 game tonight for the Badgers against Oregon. So that'll help a little bit in terms of resume boosters. They do have 2 more quad 1 games. It's Washington and, of course, Purdue. So, man, if they could get those, and then Maryland's considered a quad 3. No more quad 4s in their final 4 games here. But got to get the win tonight. Got to take advantage of this. I know it's on the West Coast. It's a little bit of a travel and such, but Badgers are the better team. You got to go in there, and you got to win these games. Put yourself in a position where, hey, win these next 3. You get to Purdue. Put yourself in a position where, hey, maybe we move up a little bit more in the in potential seedings when it comes to the tournament and such. You're looking at the Big Ten standings with just a couple weeks left to go in this thing. I mean, Wisconsin right now, they're still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but they're 1 game back from Michigan State, 1 game back from Nebraska, 1 game back from Purdue, and 1.5 back from Illinois for that second spot. So they can still make a little bit of noise here and maybe potentially get a good seed when it comes to the Big Ten Conference Tournament. Take care of your business starting tonight. All right. That's going to do it for us. Have a good rest of your Wednesday. We'll be back at it, same place, same time, 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. See you then.